Good evening and welcome to the Antioch City Council meeting of August the 12th, 2025. Madam Clerk, may I please have the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Freitas. Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Here.
And Mayor Bernal.
Here.
We have a quorum with Councilmember Freitas absent at roll call.
All right, will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, we have 5 items on tonight's closed session. Mr. City Attorney, will you please let us know what those are about?
Sure, Mayor, Council, we do have a full deck tonight. The first item for closed session is anticipated litigation, 1 potential case of significant exposure to litigation. The second is a conference with real property negotiators. The property is approximately 1,275 square feet of property adjacent to 113 G Street. Negotiators are the city manager, assistant city manager, and myself. The negotiating parties for the property owner are Sean McCauley. Under negotiation will be the price and terms of payment. We also have our third item, another real property negotiation. This is for the property located at 301 West 10th Street. The negotiating parties are the city manager, the assistant city manager, and myself. The party with whom the city is negotiating is the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, and specifically Deputy Chief Aaron McAllister. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment. And then we have a fourth item, which is a conference with labor negotiators. The city's designated representatives are an attorney, Jason Ewert, Ana Cortez, and our city manager. And we are going to be receiving an update regarding several of the city's employees' organizations. These are the Management Unit, the Treatment Plant Employees Association, the Operating Engineers Local Union number 3, the Confidential Unit, the Antioch Police Officers Association, and the Antioch Police Sworn Management Association. And then finally, we will have a public employment closed session regarding the recruitment of the city attorney. And those are the items for closed session this evening.
All right, thank you. Are there any public comments on the closed session items? Seeing
No public comments.
No public comments, we are adjourned to closed session.
Adjourned at 5:03 p.m.
Good evening, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to the City Council meeting of August the 12th, 2025. Madam Clerk, may I please have the call? Roll the call.
Thank you,
Call the
Mayor.
roll.
Councilmember Freitas. Present. Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Wilson. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum present at 7:04 p.m.
All right, thank you. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. We are returning from closed session. Mr. City Attorney, if you could please report out.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This evening, the City Council met in closed session to consider 5 matters. The first was a conference with legal counsel regarding a potential or a significant exposure to litigation. The council provided direction to council. No reportable action was taken. Secondly, the council met in a real property negotiation regarding 1,275 square feet of property next to 113 G Street. Direction was given to the city's negotiators. The council then met with, in regards to the property located at 310 West 10th Street. Direction was given to the city's negotiators. The council then met in a labor negotiation regarding several bargaining units here at the city, and the council gave direction to the city's labor negotiators, but no reportable action was taken. And then finally, the city met to consider the recruitment of the city attorney. That was a public employment matter. The city council did not take reportable action in that item.
All right, thank you very much. It's now time for public comment. These are on non-agendized items for the public, and you may comment on agendized items when those items come up. Madam Clerk, if you could please read the speaker's rules for us.
Thank you. Welcome to a meeting of the Antioch City Council. Your attendance is appreciated. The state Ralph M. Brown Act guarantees the public's right to address the City Council within the framework of speaker rules. Because agendas encompass many business items, speaker rules enable the meeting to be efficiently conducted and concluded at a reasonable hour. The City Council can only take action on items that are listed on the agenda. If you wish to speak on an item not on the agenda, the public comment section of the agenda is for you. Unagendized comments are provided until no later than 7:30 p.m. when the City Council moves on to the agenda items. There is another opportunity for public comments at the end of the meeting. If you wish to speak during public comments or during an agenda item, fill out a speaker request form located at the entrance of the City Council chambers. Please place the speaker request form in the tray near the city clerk before the council meeting begins. This will enable us to call upon you to speak. Important, the speaker request form is retained as a public record and as such may be shared with others upon request in line with the California Public Records Request Act. On your speaker request form, please identify if the comment is for an announcement of community events, public comment, or a specific agenda item. No one may speak more than once on an agenda item or during public comments. Speakers will be notified shortly before they are called to speak. When you are called to speak, please limit your comments to the time allotted, which will be up to 3 minutes at the discretion of the mayor. The consent calendar is a group of items which are determined to be routine. These items are usually considered all at once and approved without further discussion. If you are opposed to the action which is recommended for an item on the consent calendar, please submit a speaker request form before the meeting and place a speaker card in the tray near the city clerk. This will enable the item to be removed from the consent calendar and you will be called to speak. If the meeting appears to be going late, the City Council may decide to continue some items until a subsequent meeting. The City Council will try to make this determination around 10:45 p.m. It is the goal to stop discussing agenda items by no later than 11 p.m. If you wish to provide written public comment, you may email the City Clerk's Department at cityclerk@antiochca.gov by 3 p.m. the day of the City Council meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. How many speakers do we have so far?
We have over 10 speakers.
All right, so we'll give 2 minutes apiece, please.
Okay. First speaker will be Erica Ralston, followed by Leslie May. The speakers were placed in order that they were received.
Good evening, City Council. I'm coming up as to say yes to continue funding for the youth services in the city of Antioch. Youth have nothing to do in Antioch. They have idle time, rising risk. Antioch needs youth spaces. The youth often get a no when they try to take action. Youth fight for youth. They can build houses and streets, but they can't build schools and provide youth services, concrete for roads, or anything for youth. Focus on Rocha, a past principal. You led schools. Rocha lead for the youth now. We owe more to our students. Youth are our future. The future is in our hands, and let there be more in their hands. Thank you.
Prioritize youth over non-essential programs. Other programs can wait. Our youth cannot. The city should not have balanced the budget on the backs of young people. If cuts must be made, they should not come at the expense of the few programs that keep our youth safe, supported, and off the streets. Invest in youth to retain and attract families. Families are watching where cities invest. Without youth programs, safe spaces, and family-centered services, more families will leave Antioch or never move here at all. Cutting these programs weakens the city's appeal and long-term stability. The Measure W funds that funded the Antioch Youth Services, Yacht, Bridge Builders, and the Exploration Camp were cut so severely until the Exploration Camp closed a week early, and the other youth programs will be cut by the end of the year. This is a travesty. Yet we can afford to send people to Japan and beg when they're not supposed to be going there. But we can't take care of our youth. Reverse a history of neglecting youth in city budget cuts. Youth have been historically under prioritized in the city spending, yet they make up nearly a quarter of Antioch's population. It's time to correct that. Cutting the public safety and community services department would only deepen this inequity.
Next, we have Nicole Garner, followed by Renee Moore.
I don't remember putting in a card. Oh, maybe you did for me. Oh, okay. Yeah, so since they have all the youth stuff covered, I wanted to, well, I guess just say, about a month or so ago, or 3 weeks or so, something like that, probably like 3 weeks ago, I sent an email to each and every one of you regarding my concerns about the unhoused that are living on our streets. They reached out and said that they were severely dehydrated, didn't have food. There are some organizations that I guess used to go downtown by the Amtrak station, and they are no longer doing that. So that's kind of what they have been depending on for years. And I reached out to all of you and said, you know, what can we do? I have not heard from any of you except for Council Member Monica Wilson, which I'm gonna say in public, I love you. Thank you so much. She has personally herself dropped off waters on my front porch multiple times and sent people down to outreach to give people water that are in the city. That was her way of trying to help out. No one else reached out. I reached out to you multiple times. I called your office. No, so it seems to me that you guys do not care. That's what I got from it. You do not care. People are saying we're hungry, we're thirsty, it's hot, no cooling centers open, none of that. So I had just a couple of minutes. This was not what I wanted to bring up today, but it is very important. I don't want to be too selfish because I know tomorrow we are having a big day with executive in, so I'm excited about that. But I did have to bring that up to you all. It is very nerve-wracking that I myself cannot reach out to our electeds and even get a call back to say, oh, well, can we have a conversation about what we can possibly do to help folks that are on the streets, even with something as simple as water. So thank you. Have a good night.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Rena Moore. I'm a member of Reimagine Antioch. We need to keep the Department of Public Safety and Community Resources fully funded. Youth are 25% of Antioch's population, but barely prioritized in the city's budget, policies, or public planning. There are very few safe, youth-friendly spaces in Antioch where young people can gather, learn, create, or just be themselves. Young people speak up and are often dismissed, treated like problems instead of partners in shaping Antioch's future. We owe it to our youth. Let's do it right and fully fund youth services in our city. Let's make youth a priority in the city of Antioch. Thank you.
Next, we have Mary Lutz, followed by Ralph A. Hernandez.
Is it on? Yeah. Okay. I'm Mary Letts. Give me just a half second. I have my thing all written down. Okay, thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Mary Letts. I want to voice my strong concern about the city's resilience on the point-in-time count as a measure of homelessness and harmful decisions made because of it. The point-in-time count is flawed and outdated tool. It gives us only one night snapshot in the middle of winter when many people find temporary shelter, simply disappear from view, and this count misses families, youth, and LGBTQ+. HUD, the National Alliance to End Homelessness, UCSF, and Urban Institute have all reported that point in time severely undercounts the actual number of out-and-house people, especially in under-resourced cities like ours. Migratory populations, people pushed out by sweeps, those staying in motels, cars, are consistently excluded. Yet we use this incomplete data to justify shrinking or cutting vital programs. When our point-in-time cut is low, it looks like the homelessness problem is smaller than it is, but that's not true. The result, down 42%. We lose funding, we cut housing services, we ignore those that need help the most. Taking away transitional housing for the homeless without mental disabilities, especially in the city, already struggling to attract businesses in short sight and is harmful. It leads to increased invisibility of homeless, higher public health and emergency service costs, lost economic development, and broken trust between city and its people. Studies show that supportive housing saves taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars per person, reducing emergency room visits, helping people exit homeless permanently, and we don't invest in those services, we pay more elsewhere. In police time, jail costs, and hospital bills. Healthy economy can't grow.
Ralph Hernandez. Well, for the past 30 years, the city of Antioch has done terrible, and the president's no difference about public safety. You guys really, and I say you guys, our government for the past 30 years, you guys really don't care about the community being safe. When I was on the council, Mary Rocha was on the council, Elizabeth Rimbaugh was on the council, Alan Payton was on the council. We set a limit of 1.2 officers per 1,000 with a maximum of 1.5 officers per 1,000. You've never reached that. You spent the money elsewhere, you've misbudgeted elsewhere for all the touchy-feely pet projects that certain people had. It's not fair to the police department, to our police officers. They're out there risking your lives for our community. And what is it now? You've got 90 officers, and that doesn't even come to what you're supposed to have. You're supposed to have 144 sworn officers based on a population of 120,000. I don't know what it takes to get the message through to you guys. You guys need to look at it again. We took a survey way back in 94, 95, and that's when we determined we needed a minimum of 1.2. All the other agencies that we reviewed, they had far more than Antioch had. We had one, I think it was 1 per 1,000 at that time. We've done worse. You're way below even one per 1,000. So you need to straighten up on public safety. Thank you.
Next, we have Margie Corral, followed by Devin Williams.
My name is Marge Carroll, and I'm sure you remember me from when the DOJ investigations that I told you all about. I'm here to get accountability on Nicole Cedeno and her daughter Selena. And one thing I want to say is, first I want to say a person's merit is how they treat their parents, their family, and their friends. And how you, Nicole, what would you do if Nicole and Selena had assaulted you, tried to shoot you, harassed you for months, and not just me, and broke down the door with bats with a 4-year-old child inside? So what would you do? What would you do against them? Okay, and I want to, and all this time she was protected by the corrupt police chiefs that we used to have. We have a great one now, and police officers. And I want a meeting, and I want to show you the videos. And also, she's moved to Oakley and done it the same to them. And the Oakley police are involved in it too. So I want a meeting. I want you to see the videos, and I want you to set us where we need to go to do this, what we need to do for her, to get her accountable for everything. I've been told to let it go, but you can't let it go because she was protected. So now we need you guys to look at the videos to help us. We need her to be held accountable. I don't care about the police officers. Yeah, they ran off, and that's not my point. My point is to be held or be accountable because this is what the OPD is involved. So we need a meeting with the OPD and Maryville and La Pamela.
Evening. Just picking up off of the Reimagine Antioch point tonight, investing in youth is investing in public safety and the future of prosperity in Antioch. Youth services are not an expense, but a critical preventative measure that saves taxpayer money in the long run by reducing crime, improving educational outcomes, and building a stronger community. The children are our future, is often said, and the fourth of Antioch's youth are children. The programs offered through the Office of Public Safety and Community Resources are essential to the future of Antioch. Antioch's Public Safety and Community Resources Department addresses the key issues within the Antioch community and recognizes the importance of violence intervention and prevention programs. The Department of Public Safety and Community Resources is critical for the future of the youth in Antioch. Youth programs help break the cycle of poverty, improve educational attainment, increase upward mobility, and strengthen families and communities. As a longtime resident of Antioch, now an adult, yes, I would have loved to have had more youth programs in the city. A lot of youth are still trying to figure out what to do after school and in their idle time when their parents are commuting from wherever they're commuting from in that, long traffic day on Highway 4. I implore our former and future educators to look at this. Councilmember Rocha, I know that you spent a lot of time at Antioch High School as principal. I hope that this is something that you would like to invest in the future, as the current and the future. So just think about what has been said tonight, and let's keep our youth active and inspired in this community. That way we can all have a safe, healthy Antioch. Thank you.
Audrey Campbell, please.
Hello. First, I just got to thank God for being here in my right mind and safe. I've come before this council several times before in person and in writing. I feel my family's pleas for help have been shoved into the doesn't matter pile. These complaints have been against the Antioch Police Department and Contra Costa medical paramedics. My family has been harassed on a daily basis for the past 2 years following a complaint I filed concerning my daughter, who was 17 at the time. She was having a mental breakdown during her care for her father, who was in the 4th stage of colon cancer. After filing that complaint, strange encounters started happening with paramedics in the police department and at an alarming rate daily, as if we were traveling on the same frequency as them all day. The harassments we've been receiving over these last years has definitely outweighed the original complaint. Dealing daily with the encounters we are thrust into with officers and EMTs is only by the grace of a living God that we are sanely and safely able to continue living our lives. I mean, these harassing tactics are not just occasionally or sometimes or even a couple of times within a day. I'm talking anywhere we go with consistency. These guys are very, very crafty in their tactics that are used, and please note, they are definitely demonic in nature. Even though it's clear that these guys have assignments straight from hell, accountability is still in order here. Each of them make a conscious decision daily to serve injustice to my family, and I'm positive there are others. By any means, they carry out this behavior. Let's not take the phrase by any means for granted, because over the past 2 years, these community gang members have decided to join together. Therefore, it's no longer Antioch or Contra Costa County officers we face, but also Oakland, CHP, and some others outside the Contra Costa County. Please don't act like we don't know they have gang and even occult-like behavior and activities.
Those would be the last cards I have. Are there any other speakers?
How are you doing? My name is Jose Cordon. I was actually not gonna speak. Can I speak? Yeah. So I wasn't gonna speak, but just to answer some of the stuff that was talked about the youth, we're gonna be having 2 youth workshops being held at the Antioch Library for the rest of the year, starting September, I think September something. So that'll be free. It'll be a way to connect youth to the arts, something to do after school at the Antioch Library. If you want to connect with me, let me know. Just wanted to say that real quick. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, y'all. How you doing? Frank Sterling, Reimagine Antioch, and myself, of course. And I'm here to stand in solidarity with the other folks that spoke about retaining the youth services in the Department of Public Safety and Community Resources. I feel like we've tried the old way of, just heavy policing and everything for so long now. We finally got to try some stuff that's new, and it's already been studied. I feel like we just need to continue to fund it to get the fruits of the labor there. So I hope you all, especially you, I know they called you out, Mr. Rocha, because you're involved with the high school. So I think everyone's hoping that you would also help support youth services to the Department of Public Safety and Community Resources. And I'm a little late getting here tonight. I'm not fully prepared. And I see there's only 2 minutes. But I'm also very concerned about what's going on with ICE. I know a lot of people probably are. They jumped out of a van at a Home Depot the other day, I think it was Southern California somewhere. They're in Oakland. They're arresting people in Concord. I don't think anybody here has a real plan of what are we going to do if they just show up at Monica's Riverview or at Smith's Landing, where I seen you all the other day. The flea market. What are we going to do? So I'd hope that somebody makes some sort of plan, or if there's something you could say from up there to try to protect our community. And then lastly, I see, Tamisha, you got your keffiyeh on. I'm so involved and wrapped up in what's happening in Palestine. I don't know if you all been watching The Starving Children. We tried to get you all to say something. All of you weren't here at the time. You know, just some simple words. I think it's important that every community stand out against the genocide that's happening, because no one saying anything is what allows it to persist. So I hope that you guys could someday even just say something that you disagree with it from up there, because even small municipalities matter, because if they're everywhere, the municipalities, and they speak up, then it adds to a larger platform. So I'll leave it there. My 2 minutes. Thank you all.
Gavin Payton.
All right, this will be the last speaker.
Hi. So I wanted to talk to you guys about our Champions for Youth Banquet, because we're trying to fundraise throughout the year to do the continuous advocacy work that we've been doing. We've been trying to fight for ordinance. We've been trying to fight for certain things, like we finally have accomplished and have a location for the African Holistic Wellness Hub that we've been fighting for. We also been here and advocating for police reform. We've been also advocating for youth rights, and we like to also stand with there in solidarity with some of the people that spoke up about it, because youth do have a voice at a table, and anytime you see youth, encourage them to come. Encourage them to come out and speak out, because youth oftentimes think that, oh, because I can't vote, or because I'm a minor, or because I'm African American or Latino or not originally from here, they don't feel like they have a voice. And it's time that we encourage them and speak up. No matter who they are, what they look like, they definitely deserve a seat at this table. They definitely deserve a voice. They definitely love to be a part. I love to see them more out in the meetings. I've been also encouraging, if they are resident Antioch, to be out in the meetings. In fact, I recognize a few of them out here. So I would like to give a round of applause for some of those that did come out tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and if there are any other public comment, there's an opportunity at the end of the meeting for public comment. We're now going on to announcements of civic and community events. Do we have any this evening?
We do.
We do? Yes.
Yeah, public speakers? Yes. Melissa Case.
Hello, everyone. I just want to invite you all. I'm hosting our mayor, Ron Burnell, at a town hall meeting at Mira Vista Hills Park, 6 o'clock behind the basketball courts, because that's where all the shade is. And I know sometimes it gets frustrating that you speak on the dais and you guys can't answer back, because that's the rules. This is an opportunity for people to speak back, so I invite everyone to attend. Thank you.
When's that going to be?
Tomorrow at 6.
All right, thank you. Well, I don't think she mentioned when it was. So, all right. Any other announcements of civic or community events?
We have not received any other cards.
All right, thank you. City Council committee reports and communications. Councilmember Freitas.
I really want to express my appreciation to the police department for National Night Out. It was, I think, a very successful event throughout the community, and it was well received by many of the citizens that had basically brought their whole entire neighborhood out to not really to visit with an elected official, but really to ask questions of the police officers. And it was very nice to participate in. I think we all enjoyed it, and I just want to personally thank the police department for doing a very good job. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Torres Walker.
None of my committees have met. Myself and Councilmember Freitas are on the Cannabis Standing Committee. We're going to try to schedule a meeting soon. Myself and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha are on the city and school standing committee. I'll never know what to call it. The city and school standing committee, I believe we meet Monday, this coming Monday. That is a public meeting. Also, the CDBG standing committee, which I also sit on with Mayor Pro Tem Rocha, is also meeting next week on the 20th as well to revisit some conversations around the allocations of the CDBG funds for affordable housing development here in the city. I believe that meeting is quite early in the morning. If anybody can make it, it is a public meeting. I would encourage you to be there. I do want to give a shout out to 40 Voices and NAMI and all the advocates and organizers who showed up over the last couple of years to support African American wellness in our county. I want to thank my colleagues here on the council for being in support of a resolution to support the African American Wellness Hub here in the county. Actually, Friday I got an opportunity to actually go to a ribbon cutting of a satellite African American Wellness Hub right here in the city of Antioch at Delta Bay Church, which is fully supported by the community. And actually, today the county had extensive conversations about what kind of funding will be coming to communities across Contra Costa to address African American wellness. This work really came on the heels of trying to address the devastation of community members, especially Black community members who suffer state-sanctioned violence and racism here in the city of Antioch. And so I'm really happy that that hub has launched. It was a beautiful ribbon cutting. I also had an opportunity to attend the National NAACP convention, and the youth, I want to give a big shout out to the youth. I don't know where Gavin went, but our East County NAACP Youth Commission, they're the bomb. Like, they showed up, they did have a voice. They did have a vote in that space. They actually got 2 resolutions passed in that national convention. They carried themselves with poise. They were very informed, and they actually acted way better than the adults, I must say. And so I just want to congratulate the young people of the NAACP Youth Council and on your resolutions, and also the way you showed up for East County at the convention. And to remind you that youth in Antioch can join commissions as young as the age of 14. And so you can have a vote and a voice in this city, even at that young of an age. So I would encourage the Youth Council of the NAACP to make sure to promote that more, and we could also do a better job of promoting that more. I also want to say that it actually was an honor to join the Chichibu delegation. I want to say this organization worked really hard. The young people were amazing. All the organizers were amazing. All of the families who allowed us to stay in their homes were amazing. Being immersed in the culture, learning about their economics, seeing how they value tradition in Chichibu, and understanding how Chichibu became a sister city to the city of Antioch was amazing. Not seeing one person sleeping or living on the streets did something for me there, because what it meant to me was that there was a lot more care, compassion, and concern that they have in their city than we do in ours. And so, Nicole, I'm sorry about that, not being able to get back to you. I think like some places have figured out how to not have people living on the streets, and I believe that we could figure that out here in Antioch. Their streets were clean, and there wasn't a garbage can for miles, which showed me that they showed pride in their community, and they didn't just throw trash in the streets or expect the government to clean up after them. They really took pride in keeping their communities clean. So that was also something that was inspiring. They didn't really care much about race or ethnicity in our conversations there, which was very interesting. But I will share with you what they were encouraged about is our city council. They were encouraged about us as individuals and our stories. They care more about stories than they did about ethnicity and race, and how you overcome challenges and how we all got here. They were impressed by Councilmember Wilson and how she grew up in Marin, one of the wealthiest counties in the U.S., and became the first Black woman elected to the Antioch City Council and has been here serving this city for years. And they were impressed with that. They were impressed about hearing about Mayor Pro Tem Rocha and being a descendant of immigrants, and also working for years in a school district that undervalued Black students and Black education for many years. And he had to work in that culture and make sure to still prioritize youth. And they were very impressed with how he made it here. They were impressed with the story of our mayor, our current mayor, Ron Bernal, who spent many years as an addict, addicted to drugs, and in recovery, and married to an immigrant. His wife is an immigrant. They were encouraged about his story of recovery and how he rose to a powerful position in this city as the city manager, and then was able to run and become the mayor. I mean, our former mayor was born in a prison and adopted by a Mexican family, and he was able to become the mayor. Councilmember Freitas is an advocate for disabled folks, whether you know it or not. And growing up with a disability and being bullied and having to find his own way, and then becoming an advocate, he says, an advocate for women's right to work and have equity. And then myself, homelessness, domestic violence, incarceration, you name it. And we all somehow got chose by this city to lead despite all of those perceived challenges. But these people looked at it as great stories of overcoming, and they were really impressed with us. And it made me also impressed with us, because I know it could be hard to be up here. And I think I'm just so grateful for that experience, because I got that reflected back to me, and I was able to bring that back here, and just thank you all for your deep experience and your service, and also so the public could know that you can also have all of that going on and still serve this city. And so thank you, Antioch, for allowing me to have that experience. And when we talk about public safety, policing services is only one way to address public safety in our community. Communities across this country are figuring it out and reducing violence without inflating police budgets. That is not to say that anyone doesn't care about public safety or having adequate policing services, but that is one tool to address public safety. And this city, over the last 4.5 years, has done more than anybody else who have served this city to address violence at the root cause, by investing not just in police. Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson.
I have to go after that. So good. I'm so glad you got an opportunity to go to Chichibu. And I just realized all of us have got to experience Chichibu. And I'm glad that you got to go and experience that. And the people are so warm and welcoming. I mean, when I was there, I was so impressed that they were attuned to, they noticed things that we liked or we picked up. Like, by the end of my trip, somebody realized I like cats, so I got so many cat scarves and cat figurines. I think I may have mentioned it once, but somebody was so attuned to that. And they were just very fascinated. They wanted to really know, not about the politics, you're right. They really wanted to know about us and our experiences and things we've done. So I'm so happy that you got to experience that. I truly enjoyed when I went, and I'm glad that you went and enjoyed that. So I wanted to echo that. None of my committees met because some of them are on break, and I know Delta Diablo is dark this month. However, I do have a wastewater conference at the end of the month. During the break, not break, some of us didn't get a break. I attended a convening in Chicago of city council members, board of supervisors on the national level to come together to talk about policies that different cities are working on. I attended public safety committee, and I also attended a women's issues committee, and it was just great to really hear from other council members throughout the United States on what they were working on, issues that they were going through, and then them to hear what we're working on and issues we're going through, and be able to share stories and solutions. So I'm looking forward to sharing a lot of solutions. I heard about that. Nicole, thank you for for thanking me, but I don't want to take the credit because that really was the organization I work for. Love Never Fails was the one that has been donating the water. I saw your email. I went to our organization. They said, of course, whatever we can do to help and uplift what you're doing and really help people that are out there. So I don't want to take credit for that because that was really the organization Love Never Fails
But
doing.
you reached out and you came to the porch.
But thank you for that.
You.
And that's it. Unless I forget something, I will mention it at the back end. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just to
Rocha.
echo Chichibu, I had a chance to go with my mom, who's in the audience, back when she was mayor, and ditto, very similar experience. I can only hope, I've hosted families when they've come from Chichibu to Antioch, and so has my parents, and I'm hopeful that the treatment that you guys all received, that we received during the time that we traveled there, that we can do the same for them when they come here next year, because I would really like to see us welcome them as much as they welcomed us, because they are so hospitable. So their culture is about love, giving, and sharing. And I think that we need to do the same when they come back out this way. I happen to live a couple blocks from Chichibu Park, and it's always kind of a neat experience to see the Chichibu Park with the lettering and all of that. And then when I went to Japan, you see the Antioch Park with the Antioch Delta sign, and that's their place that they can connect to with us. In terms of the meetings, I only attended really one meeting prior to, in between last meeting and now. Tri-Delta has a new schedule they just put out. I know they've been blasted out everywhere. And the intent was to reduce the time of travel and the wait time, and to try to sync it up with schools so that when students come back to school, as they have this last couple of weeks, that it can help them get to where they need to be on time. So I hope the schedule's working out for you. I know I believe it started on August 10th, and so it's this week. And so there are changes to the schedule, but it was all with the intent of shortening distance, time, and travel. A lot of conversation tonight about youth. I'm a strong advocate for youth, as many of you have already made comments about that, either tonight or previously. Councilwoman Wilson and I had the opportunity on July 25th to go to the Spring Board celebration. It was really nice to hear the testimonies from the students, the youth, and their mentors that they worked with in the various departments in the city. And that was at Monica's, and it was well attended, and it was really a joyful event.
The restaurant, not my house.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Monica's a restaurant, the patio, not Monica Wilson's house. I've never been to your house, so I wouldn't even know to get. And then finally, this Thursday, the SOAR program is having I think it's a celebration for the young people that have just gone through and completed that portion of the program. And it's this Thursday. I'm not sure the location, though. I have it on my calendar, but I don't know where it's at.
Waldy Park, I believe.
Is it Waldy Park? Okay, so the SOAR program, we remember there was the acronyms changed earlier in the year, but we're basically celebrating the SOAR, students that have gone through the SOAR program, and celebrating their accomplishments this Thursday at Waldy Plaza. 10 a.m.? Okay. So I hope you can come out and join us to celebrate our youth.
All right, thank you. And I'll keep my comments brief. I guess I'm encouraged by the positive comments that are being made up here, and I think you can sense the excitement in the city council, just the things that have been happening and where we sit currently. It's not perfect, but I think we're making progress, and that's our goal, is continually to improve our community and to address the needs of our residents and our most needy residents. And so just great to hear positive comments. National Night Out, just again, as was mentioned, it was a great event to get out into our community. I think there was about a dozen or so folks that that opened up their neighborhoods and had great meals, and just was an opportunity to sit and talk with folks. And it was great. A lot of positive comments out there. Thank you, Captain Bittner, for driving me around and getting out there, seeing places. Got a surprise visit from my grandkids out there. I didn't even know they were in town, so that was interesting. But we also had, as was mentioned by Councilmember Torres Walker, Chichibou. I think everybody but Councilmember Freitas is now gone to Chichibou, but hopefully he can make it. He can make it next time. But it is really a unique experience, and to have had that relationship for 58 years now. We're one of the older sister cities, and in a community and in a country that just honors and shows respect so well. And as Councilmember Wilson said, they're very in tune with details, and they watch everything that you're doing and what you like and what you don't like, and you have to get an extra suitcase to come home because they give you so many gifts. But it's really a good lesson to see a group of folks that can interact with each other. I don't even think I saw police officers, did you, out there with all the celebrations going on? And if they did, I don't think they had guns. So it was just an interesting to see a city. Actually, it was founded almost 2,000 years ago. The first coin in Japan came out of Chichibou. They have, I think, 34 temples that are just amazing, 300, 400, 500 years old. And so the excellence, the detail, the culture, everything is something that I took away from it and would like to bring to Antioch, so that we can say that we're proud to be from Antioch and have something that we can, they have their own bourbon, their own sake, their own whiskey, their own silk, their own mascot, their own everything, right? They have a little bit of everything. And it's just something that I'm hoping we can do the same thing, create some of that pride in Antioch, which I know we have and we're building. We had the mayor's conference last week, which was a really positive event. It rotates once every 19 months, and so Antioch got to pick it up this time in the summer. It was beautiful. God bless you. We had it at Monica, or not at Monica's. We had it at Smith's Landing. Not at Monica's house. That was the other. But we were fortunate to have State Senator Grayson there, Congressman DeSaulnier. We had Supervisor Burgess, Supervisor Scales Preston. So folks that usually, everybody can't make it normally, but they all came out. It was super positive. Our old mayors, most, not old and from a long time ago, mayors came out to it, council members. And so everybody that came out had a real positive experience, which is what we were looking for. I want to thank Bessie and the team that I was fretting over it. I'm all, Bessie, this has to be really good, and she made sure it was a home run. So it was actually a grand slam, so it was beautiful. So thank you, Bessie, for all you did to make that a wonderful event. I also was fortunate to go to the Antioch Unified School District kind of teacher kickoff in the morning. Dr. Williams, the new superintendent, spoke there. It was great to hear her cast her vision for what she sees for the school year. I really look forward to the work that Councilmember Torres Walker, Mayor Pro Tem Rocha are doing with the subcommittee, so that the hope is that we can get together as a bigger group with the trustees and the city council, have a meeting, and then make sure that we're doing everything we can to support our youth in the Antioch Unified School District as they're doing their best to have a quality education system out there. I guess the last thing I just want to mention is I was downtown this weekend and got to stop by the farmer's market, and it was, again, a really positive experience just to see people and friends. I saw Jose down there and got a chance to chat with him for a minute, and it's just great to get out of our usual busyness and element and just be able to chill for a minute and spend $120 on fruit and vegetables that you feel, because they're all gonna rot in 2 days, so you got to eat it all in one night. So definitely got my fruit and vegetables for the week. But it's a super positive experience, and it's super fun, and people just seem to be really having a nice time and encouraged. So I just hope you all can make it out there. You don't have to spend $120. You can just come out there and just hang out. I think it was in the 90s in Southeast Antioch, and it was in the 80s with the breeze blowing downtown. It was beautiful. So we just have a lot of great things going on, and I'm really encouraged by our city council. My hope and prayer is that we would be unified as we move forward. as we're going to be doing some priority setting going forward within the next couple, 3 weeks and getting moving forward with that so that we can set our vision as a city council for the next year ahead. So just want to thank you all for coming out tonight and being a part of our city council meeting, and I'm excited about our future. So thank you all.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
The one thing, sometimes it's very difficult to get three of us to agree on anything. And one of the things that I thought was very interesting, Chichibu is a community of 57,000, and they have 19 people on their city council or governing board. I cannot imagine how to get consensus with 19 people, but I thought that was fascinating.
It
Pardon?
used to be 22, I think.
Yeah, it used to be 22, that's right. But anyway, it's like, wow, we struggle with 3, and they gotta struggle with 10, anyway.
Well, if I could have a city council of 19 that are like these, I would be so happy. So that's all right. On to consent calendar. All right. So do we have any items that we want to pull from consent calendar?
Yes, we've received a request for items E, J, and K,
All right.
as well as C and F.
Well,
C, F, E, J.
C, F, E, J, K.
so could you?
C, F,
C, you said C?
C, F, C, E, F, J, K.
And G, and H, and I. Well,
And G, and H, and I. Okay, so all right, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar except for, won't be in order, C, F, E, J, K, G, H, and I?
So moved.
All right, do I have a second? Second. A motion and a second, please cast your votes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yes? Okay, so moving on to item C. This is approval of council warrants.
Andrew Becker.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick comments, questions. So firstly, looking at the community policing budget, why do we have so many fast track violations? Almost $500 in fast track violations. Are those individual fast track accounts on individual cars where then just the tolls are paid? Or are those actual violation fees that are attached? And what is our fast track policy for those vehicles? Also, the city of Antioch, as an incentive, police department put out vehicles for officers to take home. So are those truly on-duty tolls? Because I know a lot of our officers don't live in the area. So are we paying for tolls for officers to take those vehicles home? And then looking at one of the toll violations, which is 113.50 cents, tolls are $8 across bridges, and then you have fluctuation in fast track lanes. So are these vehicles going in HOV lanes off duty, or is that on duty? Then a question for the housing and homelessness. I remember the city of Antioch creating a consulting agreement with Focus Strategies, and Kate Bristol being a point of contact within Focus Strategies. Why are there 2 consulting payments made to a Kate Bristol Consulting and then a separate payment made to a Catherine G. Bristol? Are we paying Catherine G. Bristol or are we paying Kate Bristol Consulting? What were those consulting services? I know what Focus Strategies does. What work are they doing? Also, council had requested that staff work with me on consulting for some of these projects, and staff is refusing to respond to me, and Townsend Public Affairs was paid for services attached to the Home Key project where I was not paid for services. And I was told by staff that they would like to work with me and that I could work with the city of Antioch. So I'd like to know why those conversations never continued, and I'd like to know what these other consultants are getting paid for. And I'd also like to know when we moved into a consulting agreement with Kate Bristol Consulting and moved out of it a consulting agreement with Focus Strategies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ralph?
All right, are there any other comments on item number C? None?
Additional comments?
No? Okay, do I have a motion to approve item C on the consent calendar?
I'll move approval and request that staff respond to some of the issues that have been raised. I mean, some of the bridge toll thing, I saw that too. I was going to pull it off the calendar and have a discussion. So I'm curious about the policy and what's happening there.
Okay. Madam City Manager? Yes?
Thank you.
Okay.
I was going to second.
Yeah, second. Motion second?
Yeah,
All right.
second.
All right, we have a motion and second. Please cast your votes.
You have 5 ayes.
All right, item number E, resolution approving amendment to master lease agreement with Redrum LLC for the Encampment Resolution Fund Interim Housing Program.
Thank you so much. Is there a question in particular? Who pulled the item?
There's
We have the speaker, Ralph A. Hernandez.
Good evening, Ralph Hernandez. I've got some questions about this. This is an amendment of $150,000 going toward the executive inn, that housing there. And that's apparently added to the existing amounts that are already being contributed for that particular facility, which is just under $2 million. However, it's not clear there's 34 units there, and there's millions that have already been budgeted for that operation to place homeless into these facilities. So 34 units. Now, in the paperwork that you have in your packets, you're looking to house 30 to 40 persons off of the Sunset Drive and Davenport Court area. So are those vacant now? So you're going to be able to accommodate 30 to 40 more from the Sunset area? Or are you going to kick out the people that are already there and replace them with the homeless people from the Sunset area? See, that's not clear. I understand you've got people there already, so what are you going to do with the ones from the Sunset area? Are you kicking people out, or are you going to double down or triple down per unit? It's not clear. The amount of money that's going toward this facility, homeless people. Homeless people, basically my wife was an ex-offender counselor for people that came out of the prisons. And what they basically did what we are told is being done with these particular funds. However, they had restrictions. You had to have them go through training, alcohol programs, drug programs. There were requirements if you wanted to be a participant in the homeless program and those facilities and services that were provided. If you did not attend, if you did not participate properly, you were out of the program. I don't know if that is being done there. But getting back to it is the, are you going to kick people out, the current residents there, to put in the 30 to 40 from the Sunset area? It's crazy. It's crazy what is being told to the public. And you're adding $150,000 more for what? So please, information. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
Please.
I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me, one second.
We're doing consent calendar though, right? On that.
Yeah, on that
particular-
item. Yeah, go ahead and we'll finish our comments.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I'm just kind of responding because of what Ralph said. I'm a little irritated by that because to me, doing this work all these years, I am so irritated by this community that always has something to say when Antioch tries to step up to help unhoused people. When you say for what? It's housing first. We need to get people into stable housing. It's hard. It has been hard as hell for the city, for the county, for anybody to reach these people that are on the streets, moving street corner to street corner, to try to make sure that we can contact them with no phones, none of that, to make sure that we can get them the services that they need. As far as the executive end right now, there's no one at the executive end, so do your research before you get up here and make a fool of yourself. Okay? These are human beings. These are human beings. They need help. We need to help them. Y'all want them off the street. Community members do not want to see them on our streets. They're sick of the garbage. They're sick of, the blight, and they always have something to say. Oh, they're using a bathroom in public. Oh, they're starting fires because they are trying to stay warm. Everybody, it's common sense. It's common sense. If you live outside, you're trying to stay warm, you're trying to cook your food, things happen, okay? We have no restrooms, we have no nothing for these folks. So why not put these folks into some type of housing, transitional housing? I am so sick and tired of community members like Ralph, and I'm gonna call you out because you got up here speaking on things you know nothing, absolutely nothing about. You always complaining, but don't want to put money into trying to get these same folks that you're irritated with seeing off of the damn streets. These are human beings. They are calling every day saying we are thirsty, we are hungry, we don't have shelter, it's hot as hell outside, it's 110 degrees outside. You don't want to help them. Let's put these folks into some type of housing to get them to work, whatever. And no, I don't believe, yes I do, as a matter of fact, I do believe there needs to be programs. Let's try to get them to work. Let's get them some jobs. Let's get them the training that they need. Let's do all these things. We can agree on that. But at the same time, there are disabled people out there. There are families out there. There are kids out there. There are people that with disability that just need help getting their Social Security benefits or disability benefits, whatever the case may be. Stop putting stipulations on these folks that are living on the streets just trying to live day to day. You could be there. Your family could be there. You never know. With what's going on in this world today, you never know what can happen to each and every single one of us. I'm afraid every single day for my family, for this community, for Antioch. Frank just talked about immigration. There's so many things going on. Feed the people. If you are a Christian, if you are a Catholic, if you believe in God, that is what he would want you to do. Quit making excuses to not help and feed our people and put them into shelter.
We have Andrew Becker.
Thank you. So I'm going to speak for 1 minute first, and then if we could, I would ask that we'd pause for 10 seconds while these individuals come up with me, stand beside me when I speak. This program was city going to the state and working with the county to fight for dollars that are not our dollars, but are our dollars. And now we get to a place where we're making a slight amendment because it's an administrative change because the city is moving through the program that started July 1st and is working with the county and Corps to get individuals into this space. And the individuals that were previously there had to leave because they didn't meet these program requirements. But that service provider, I apologize, I won't speak for city staff. But what I will say is that this city and this staff has worked hard over the last few years, and council, to bring programs. And I stand up here to say, you have $2 million and the county has these other millions of dollars. Well, the state of California 4 days ago opened HomeKey back up and said that there's still $700 million available. And we're gonna give you up to $30,000 more per unit if you apply. So I encourage you to leverage those dollars for additional opportunities at the executive end and at the economy end. But I would briefly pause and invite these individuals up. And I'll speak while they're coming up. This is base camp. And these are community members that have already formed a relationship with the state of California and are leasing space down at the Contra Costa County Fairgrounds to provide shelter housing for those that are in need. And these are individuals that go to work, that go out into the community, that contribute there in that space and in their community, and fight against a lot of these stigmas and stereotypes that we hear about. But as we sit here and talk about how should we help people or how shouldn't we help people, I've worked with Base Camp for months, brought many of you out there and showed you what is there and what is the opportunity, and they've exhausted their funds. And though they have a 5-year lease and could stay another 4 years plus more with the executive director that I just spoke with, they've exhausted their funds and are here today saying, hey, think about us. Because next month, we might be out on those streets in your city. Don't displace us. Give us space. And so I'd like to give them the floor to have a couple minutes to speak.
They could speak as a separate individual. Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
So I am Don Freese, and I did found a founder of Base Camps, and we have the use to house homeless at the Stockyard Campground. You know, we have a 5-year lease there, and option for 5 more years. And here's why I think that it would be advantageous for you to support us here, because we are already meeting the needs, you know, the housing needs there, affordable housing. And we have 16 individuals there, and some of them are families, and without us, they'd be experiencing homelessness right now. We have established a good partnership and stability with the fairgrounds there. As I mentioned, we have that 5-year lease with the 23rd District Agricultural Association with an additional 5 years, as I mentioned. And that demonstrates a good working relationship and long-term commitment with the fairgrounds and the state. So, and there's future expansion opportunities there. They have the old ball fields there, 6.5 acres. You know, that presents a real opportunity for collaboration to redevelopment that section there. You know, this adventure could involve the fairgrounds, the Antioch community, the county, the state, and it could be used for community purposes and affordable housing, which we need. So I think by supporting us, you could use our relationship that we've already established, you know, to benefit all here. And we need your support if we want to continue.
Can't reach that up there. Hi, I'm going to read you a notice from our base camp manager. She wasn't able to be here tonight. It says, I regret I cannot attend today's meeting because my son had emergency surgery and I need to be by his side. As the manager of base camp's housing, I've witnessed how this program transforms lives, not only my own family, but also the lives of our current tenants. I've seen firsthand the positive changes as families move from uncertainty and fear to safety and stability and hope. Not long ago, my own family was homeless, struggling with an uncertain future. Base camps gave us the true sense of community and security to grow. My children now have the stability they need. I've been able to take meaningful steps towards rebuilding our lives. I ask you to continue supporting base camps housing so more families can find the same hope and fresh start supporting this program means giving families the stability and hope they need to rebuild their lives. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Amanda, manager, base county housing. So that's what she had to say.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have anything to say, Ruth?
Yeah, I just want to say, that since I've been there, I was living in my truck in Martinez. I've been there for like 5 years. Since I've come out here, I came out here in March, and I feel so much safer now. I have a place to stay with a roof over my head. I got water in my trailer. I can take a shower every day, and it's made a big change in my life. Because like I said, I was out on the streets for 5 years before I came here. And there was nothing they could do for me out there. So I just hope you guys just keep funding us. Or start funding us. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, we're a partnership. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any other?
Leslie May.
I just want to say that I support this money being spent. Usually it takes a whole lot to get next to me under my skin because, I have one of those, I don't what attitudes. Comes with age, I deserve it. But anyway, I remember a couple of weeks ago, I was sitting on a porch talking to my neighbor across the street. She was at my house. And this man came walking up. I'm like, oh, God, what is this? He had one hand with this huge plant in it, and he had his dog, and he had a bag. And he stopped at the fence. He said, can I talk to you? And I said, oh, Lord, here we go. I'm like, come on. So he came up. He said, I just became homeless. I broke up with my, he said, I am so hungry. I don't know what to do. And this something in me said, told, I don't know if my granddaughter who would, go fix him some food, because I always cook a lot of food. So we brought him a plate out. He sat down, got his dog some stuff to eat. And then he's like, can I have some more? So he ended up eating 3 huge plates of food, which was fine. And I'm sitting there, and he says, I'm going to give you this plant because you're nice to me. And I said, of course, I love plants. I was like, you don't have to give it to me. No, I'm homeless. I'm going to give it to you. So I kept that. So I said, well, where are you going tonight? He said, I don't know. I'm going to go up there and sleep in the dirt on the corner. And this is something I really don't do, but I told my neighbor. She said, well, we can't have you sleeping out there. And then she looked at me, and I said, go on my purse and get some money out and go buy him a tent. So I went and then I emailed the chief and told him what I did and told him, please don't go and clear him off, because I said, I just bought his tent, and he's down on his luck. That's, I've been around a lot of people. I've lived in a lot of places. I've gone through hell myself. I've said I've married 3 times, widowed 3 times, but within every marriage, there's always a problem. I have been where I made myself homeless, but not in the streets. But I just walked away and went and stayed with a church friend and took my kids, and then it got rough out there, and I ended up having to go home. So I know the feeling of being almost on the streets. And with 45, 47, the other day making that announcement, I've had sleepless nights. I haven't really been able to sleep good or eat good for the last 3 days, because I'm worried that he's gonna send troops in here to take the homeless off the street and put them in encampments and places that they don't have any business being. Thank you.
Thank you. No other comments? All right, City Manager Scott, do you have any response to any of?
I want to first thank all of our adequately informed community members, because I know that whatever the city manager has to say, you've already said it. Because you've been here, you've been paying attention, and you're involved. I will say that this DevPar Court, is it called DevPar Court? Last month, myself, Councilwoman Wilson, Dr. Jag Lathan, Trustee Dr. Jack Lathan, the new superintendent, school staff, members of the police department, all met at Bidwell. This encampment is near a school. And we had that meeting to talk about mental health support, abandoned vehicles and cars, solicitation and of you know, or possible trafficking of young people, or trafficking of the individuals in the encampment, just all the challenges that not just the individuals living in this encampment face, because we don't have adequate resources, or haven't, but we have been working on that for the past couple years. This encampment, last month we were talking about how students are being impacted, school staff are afraid and being impacted. We had to talk about what type of safety measures can we take, what shared resources could be used between the school district and the city. And as well as, like, what is the conversations with the railroad so that we can have some collective accountability around how do we, like, share resources to clear encampments but make sure people have adequate resources and housing when we do it, but not dismissing the safety of young people. And those people from that encampment are being moved into the executive end while we continue to work with staff at Bidwell and the school district to solidify other measures to keep young people safe. This money was advocated for this. We knew where these funds were gonna go, and we all, I'm assuming we all agree that we need resources, services, and houses for unhoused folks, and we also wanna keep young people safe. When it comes to base camp, yes, I did visit. A lot of council members visited. Our assembly member had discussions with them. And that was during the time that we were having discussions about the budget. And what I will say is that we do need to support them because they aren't just individuals, there are whole families. I believe I met one family that was actually expecting, so their family was growing. Home Key was undersubscribed, and I think that us as a city need to think about going out for getting a presentation to see what would it mean for us to actually go out for more of that money so that we can expand resources for unhoused folks, which will also lead to issues around public safety. So when we talk about public safety, that's also about getting people housed and off the streets. That's also about getting people resources. There is a conversation that we had around the CDBG committee and potentially moving some funds. There was a development that might not move forward, and there might be extra dollars. And those dollars could go to support the current Home Key application. We can actually recapture the $750,000 that the city invested upfront out of the general fund. And I think we need to give some funding to Base Camp so that they can continue to serve our community. Because we will be recapturing over $750,000 as well as a little over $1.2 million. So we can absolutely help, Don, and we can absolutely support at this time.
All right. Yes.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. To address some of the comments tonight, I just want to make sure that we all remember that Opportunity Village was a certain funding that ended as of April 1st of 2025, and that was for permanent supportive housing. There were 106 to 118 placements, and as of today, 94 of those individuals are still permanently housed, which impacted our point-in-time count. That was a totally different funding source with a totally different outcome for permanent supportive housing. This new funding source for an empty hotel that has been empty since April 1st is the Emergency Resolution Funds, and that will house all of the people at Deb Park Court in the succession like we did with Opportunity Village. So people will come into the program beginning on the 15th, and they will be housing 5 rooms per day. So our own teams, to include CAT, CORE, and our public safety community resources, most of the rooms will have more than one person in them. And according to CORE, there are between 40 to 50 people at the location, and all but 2 of them are accepting offers for help. We will be using a braided funding stream to get them into the program, stabilized, document ready, to get income such as Social Security, job placement, using a harm reduction model and motivational interviewing to get permanent supportive housing as they roll out. As rooms become empty, we will try to house more people during the duration of the 18 months. This is an 18-month program, and we will obviously apply for the next round of ERF funding. So this is a technical fix, and it just covers the damage. As you know, this is very costly for the hotel, and so it was just an oversight in the first round of ERF funding. So we're just coming to you to fix the technical glitch of $150,000 for the facilitation of the facility fee.
All right. Thank you very much. Do we have a motion to approve the increase of $150,000 to $1.95 million?
So moved.
Yes, motion second?
I'll second.
Motion is second. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Consent calendar item number F, Fourth Amendment to Design Consultant Services Agreement with BKF Engineers for the L Street Improvements Project.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. This item pertains to the Fourth Amendment to the Design Consultant Services Agreement for BKF Engineers for professional design services for the L Street Improvements Project in the amount of almost $600,000 for a total contracted amount of $2.4 million.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So looking at Exhibit 1 on the recitals, so we started this on July 28th, 2020, with the allocation of $51,550. Then a year later, we appropriated $1.74 million. Then we extended the agreement from December 31st, 2022 to December 31st, 2024. And now we are extending the agreement again, and we are adding, $597,000. So more than 5 years have passed to design L Street. I don't get it. Why is it taking 5 years and I don't know what it all, and $2.4 million, and we're still talking about design? I don't get it. What has happened?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. So the L Street beautification project started many, many years ago.
5 years ago.
Even before that, that we started looking at the widening of that. The city and the county were in works in widening that road many, many years ago in front of the high school. So luckily, we've recently, within the last 5 or 6 years, been able to acquire funding sources through grants to help manage this project. Project started out being one project from the freeway down to the marina. The project was rather expensive. We utilized a funding source through the state and coupled it with some local funds to do phase 1 of the project. Project's been designed, project's been awarded. E.E. Gilbert was awarded the council by the council. We're looking to get the project started. We're still working through some paperwork that they have to give us, traffic control plans, some submittals. So phase 1 of that project will be starting soon as we can get, like I say, the paperwork paperwork all taken care of. The second phase of the project is in between Sycamore and 10th Street. That area is much more complicated. We did not acquire, the city did not acquire enough right-of-way when they discussed things with the county to be able to widen the road appropriately. So there were some right-of-way issues that we need to get into. Then that's part of the issues that we're dealing with. Also, there was the grant opportunity that, again, we were able to get into with CCTA. There's $13 million of grant funding towards the second phase of this project. It was coupled with the $5 million we received from the same grant from CCTA for our bike garden. So it's a work in progress. It's taken a little while. We have moved forward with the first phase of it. like I said, there is issues when it comes to right-of-way, environmental stuff, working through our grants. And we are moving forward. Like I said, phase 1 will be under construction this year, probably within the next few months. And then we are moving forward rather quickly with phase 2, and hopefully that'll be following soon thereafter.
So phase 1 starts from where to where, and where does it go?
Phase 1 has 2 segments to it. It'll go from Sycamore south to the freeway, and then it'll go from 10th Street north to the marina. The middle phase is phase 2 between 10th Street and 18th Street, which is the major widening, the need for a right-of-way. But the areas to the north and to the south are being done on the first phase with the first grant that we obtained for this work.
When you say county, is it really Contra Costa County, or is it the 23rd District Agricultural Association?
When we purchased it originally, I believe it was the county. The people that we would be talking with now would be the 23rd Agricultural District, the fairgrounds. Yes.
Okay, so, I mean, this has been a bottleneck for us for years, and the fact when I read the recital, we're 5 years into the project, we're $2.4 million, and we still need to do paperwork. You know, what lessons do we learn so that this doesn't happen? Because we have been seeking another north-south thoroughfare besides Sycamore. You know, L Street would hopefully take some of that, the traffic off of Sycamore. So are there lessons to be learned here? Things that we can establish so that these projects speed up faster?
At this time, we're working through it as fast as we can with the staff that we have going on. It was a big project. We're looking at about a $20 million project when it's all said and done between the 2 phases. So there is a lot that goes into it, and again, staging of it, now working with the agencies such as UPR that we need to cross, their right-of-way, and working with other right-of-way adjacent to the second phase. Things just take time. Like I said, this was a project that's been thought of for many years. I'm happy to say that we do have funding secured for it. We are moving forward with the project that'll go under construction within the next few months, and then you'll see the entire thing done, within the next couple years. Both 2 phases will be completed.
Okay.
City Manager Scott, may I?
Oh, yes.
All right. Quick question. So the request tonight has to do with the additional design money and looking at the area underneath the UP Railroad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so the MTC recommended that we build this continuous Class 2, which now we're looking into. We're pursuing a grant to hopefully pay for it. May require more right-of-way under UP. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Retaining walls. So what happens if we don't get the grant? I mean, this sounds very expensive, very time-consuming. Dealing with the railroad is really, as we all know, a lot of work. Are we committed to this Class 2 bike lane if this grant doesn't come through? Because then I expect the city's going to be on the hook to pay for it if the grant doesn't, correct?
Yes, sir. So this was something that was contemplated when we were looking at the second phase of this project, whether or not we could do it without a actually dedicated bike path through that area, due to when this funding came through and what we need to abide by. It needs to have a dedicated bike lane, the entire stretch, basically through phase 2, which would be Sycamore to 10th Street. So yeah, we do need to get past the UP Railroad. We do need to install this bike lane. It's part of the $13 million grant.
So this was anticipated within the original budget of the project?
It was anticipated, but hopefully not a direction that we needed to go to. The exact amount, I'm not sure if it was right around the $600,000. It was something that was discussed with the consultant. Didn't want to go down that direction if I didn't need to at the time. Now we do find that we need some additional money to be able to do this work. Therefore, now we're having the conversation.
So the bottom line is it's going to be expensive and take more time.
It's going to be expensive. It's going to take more time. It's delicate working around railroads. I know it's relatively inactive out there, but it is unique to work around the railroads. So it'll take a little bit of time to do the excavation. There will be some retaining walls in the area to make it passable by bike as well as with pedestrians.
Okay. It would just be nice to maybe in a couple months get an update or kind of where we are on the project.
Mm-hmm.
On that point, and I think being more specific, because we get lots of complaints about traffic, you know, and circulation within the community. So, you know, I know you have paperwork to do, and you have to work with the railroad company, which are very difficult. I've had to do that myself. But I think we need to have more definitive, you know, answers to when is it going to happen so that we're able to communicate with members of the public, because they're all wondering. All right, thank you. Yeah, just stay, I have a question for the next one. Move approval.
All right, we have public comment?
Oh, we do have a.
Yes.
We have
I'm
Andrew
sorry.
Becker, and after that, Leslie May.
Oh. Sorry.
Thank you. Not to be crass, but I think it's important to call for public comments because, frankly, if somebody had called for public comments 2 years ago on this, I would have told you in a previous rounds with Safe Streets, Class 2s for right-of-way improvements are always required. You cannot have sharrows in the Safe Streets program. So my question is, if BFK was the consultant that initially was working with us for this program, why was there ever the thought process that you could have sharrows under that overpass? The whole intent of Safe Streets is separations of vehicles from pedestrians. That's the whole point. The whole point of a Class 2 is a visual separation between the bicycle rider and the driver. It's literally in the Safe Streets NOFA. So that's a $500,000 mistake? And then the question is, if they so thoroughly misunderstood, and then the MTC has to then tell us or them how to do their job, why do they get to come back for an amendment to a contract, and why don't we just maybe have those conversations of, instead of amending contracts 7 times, maybe you're not the right person to finish the job? Because another question really is that railroad line, which is the Mococo line, which goes from Martinez out to Tracy. And even though it hasn't been downgraded, there's been a strong push from the community to rally and rail bank that property. So maybe a $20 million improvement through that right-of-way would spur a city to have those conversations on, why do we need a below-grade crossing when you're not running trains across it? Because we got to deal with the flooding. So unless you're going to commit to running trains across it, which go talk to Brentwood and Oakley and Tracy, even though the railroad has the authority, they're not doing it because they don't want to see the news articles about how they're hitting people every 3 weeks on Summersville or Lone Tree by Winco. Those railroad lines will never, I'm talking about Union Pacific by the Winco on Lone Tree. Those railroad lines will never come back to full service. They wanted to run 22 trains through that daily. When is that gonna happen? Go to your local cities, go to your rail authority, get that property rail banked, turn it into a trail that you as a city can maintain so the homeless don't sleep on it, save yourself money in Safe Streets, and call me to talk about it.
Well, he started it off for me because I was when they're waving my hands and carrying on. I can remember, and if you go back, you'll see me standing up here talking about the L Street. And at that time, it was Mayor Lamar Thorpe, Hernandez Thorpe. And I said, when he discussed it, I said, you know, I came up here and said, why don't you ever involve the people in District 1 that live and use L Street the most? I want to see some designs. I'd like to see how, and then I stood right here and said, I would love to ride my bike. You know, I'm getting a 3-wheeler now, but at the time it was 2. I said, but I'll be damned if I ride up and down L Street and get knocked out of my shoes because the way those cars fly, and then especially where the fairground is, if you're not going fast enough, they're gonna swing around you in the dirt. And in my car, that's what they do. So like I say, I'm rubber stamping everything he said. I even said about the railroad. They're not using it. Tear that mess down and build parks. Like you say, that the homeless aren't there. They have to keep coming in there, cleaning up all the mess. People that have homes between A Street and L Street have said the rats coming from there is horrific. The rats that come along that railroad, because it's food. There's all kinds of stuff, feces, everything that they eat. So to me, this is why I think women should be under control over the money in this city. Because, see, we know how to budget. We know how to take anything and make something out of it. And this doesn't make sense. We would have looked at this and said, oh, hell no. Show me what you're going to do. I'm not paying you a bunch of money until you show me what the plans. Okay, go through the county to talk about the county. Let's get the county involved. Let's get the railroad. We would have done that crap before we even came to the council. But see, this is what I'm saying. I just hate to be so mean, but this is ASS backwards, the way they're doing it. And then they want us to say, oh yeah, let's go ahead and do it. That is a waste of money. That money can go to the youth programs.
All right. Any other public comments? We have a motion.
Wait, is there any other comments? Okay.
Yeah.
I do want to underscore one of the things, and I think it's important with some of the dialogue. Task 5 is public outreach. There will be at least 2 public outreach meetings. The consultant will prepare the presentation, exhibits, sign-in sheets, so on and so forth. The type of community meeting will be defined by the city, but may consist of presenting to the general public, stakeholders, or bicycle advisory group. So I would recommend to the city manager and to the public works director that we focus on that and we get as wide a distribution as we possibly can, so that the community, particularly those people in that particular area, can go and participate in this meeting. The other, just so people know, there is an outreach component. There will be city council presentations about this as well. So I think from the public outreach meetings and the city council presentations, we need to figure that out and advertise it as widely as we possibly can, so those people who are impacted can participate. With that, Mr. Mayor, move approval.
Councilmember Torres Walker, do you have a comment?
Oh.
Yeah, actually I do. So when I first came to council in 2020, this was introduced. Our current mayor was a city manager at the time, and there were absolutely dialogues about public engagement, community meetings, and having conversations. And it was my understanding that outreach did occur. One of the things that I was saying, eliminate all of the parking and just have it be bike lanes and no sharrows, right? Like, I don't really believe in sharrows because I don't think it creates pedestrian safety or safety for people biking. So I was saying cars and bikes, eliminate the parking. And then we got into a conversation around, well, we have to talk to the community about that, because if we eliminate parking, and then you were like, well, we could eliminate the parking. And I'm like, well, damn, I did talk to people and they were pretty mad about eliminating the parking. So I'm like, eliminate the parking. Then they like, city staff was like, you gonna make a lot of people mad, you took away their parking. So like, I know you did community engagement. What did it go like? Do we need to do more rounds? Where are we with that?
Sure, thank you very much. So yeah, there was community engagement for the first phase of this project, which was in between Sycamore and the freeway, and then 10th Street north to the river. We did have a turnout. There was, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 people that were there, mainly from the Sycamore corridor, and their main concern was the on-street parking. And the fact that it was a health and safety issue for them to lose the on-street parking, and it was an issue. And at that point, it was an issue that was listened to. There's a reason why we have these outreach meetings, is to listen to our residents, hear what they have to say. So that did take place. This is a separate project. It is kind of the same street, but there will be the outreach. There will be the project definition being shown to the public. Much more straightforward in this area than it actually was in the first phase, but yeah, we had it down at the Maintenance Service Center last time, relatively close to the area. Any other area that might be better, we'd glad to go take a look at and meet people there.
All right. Thank you.
If there are no other comments, I'll move approval.
We have a motion, a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
We have 5 ayes.
All right, awesome. Racing right along to item G. First Amendment to the Maintenance Services Agreement with Carl Needham Enterprises for solids handling equipment, rental, and maintenance services.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
On this particular item, as I was reading the staff report, I realized that we're now talking about $2.625 million for the handling the what do you call it? The solids. And as I went through here, it's like, oh my gosh, it was a 3-year contract, now it's extended. But I was very, very happy to read, and I pulled it off to thank staff, because the last sentence, basically says, the work will determine, staff currently have an engineering firm under contract to develop a plan for future solids handling. The work will determine whether the city should invest in its own infrastructure or possibly contribute to continue to rent a solids handling facility. This 2-year extension will allow the city to evaluate the process and move forward properly. So I'm very happy to see that, because as you know, I've complained some of our contracts with certain consultants have gone on for years and years and years. I believe in competitively bidding these things. I know sometimes it does place a burden on staff, but I think it is wise for staff and the general public and the council to award and make some of these particular projects competitive. So it was just to pull it off, not to question it, but to thank staff for doing this, and I hope to see this much more in the future with other projects that will be before us.
I'd like to mark this moment.
Thank you.
Gold star. You're getting better.
He's listening. That's good.
All right, so are there any other comments on this item? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Move to, oh, is there any public comment?
Yeah, go ahead and make a motion.
I'll make a
please.
motion to move to approve.
Oh, we have a motion, we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion is second, please cast your vote. All right, thank you. Item H, formation of a community facilities district for the Creekside Sand Creek residential project. Yeah, microphone, please.
On this particular project.
Mic, please.
So on this particular project, on page 2, beginning of the first paragraph, the project consists of approximately 50 acres on a 150-acre site. Got it. Approximately 28 acres planned for residential land use. Got it. The project also includes approximately 3.9 acres of private park and 6.1 acres of private open space. So 28 plus 3.9 plus 6.1 equals 38. What are we doing with the other 12 acres? Is it open space? What is it?
Just looking at it, possibly the roadway. It could possibly.
Possibly?
I'm not sure exactly adding up the numbers.
12 acres of roadway?
That and the open space, because the roadway itself is going to be widened to 2 lanes. It's shown and will be eventually a 4-lane road. So there is right of way that's being given to us that may not be considered open space. It could be considered for future roadway work. That would be basically to the west of where the development was along Hydorn Ranch Road.
Okay, and then on the still same page, what I did not understand, which is the budgetary information, it says total authorized $15,594,000 less settlement agreement. What was the settlement agreement?
So the settlement agreement goes back to a property landowner. This is the Creekside. The history actually predates me, but I believe it was the Black Hawk Nun, I believe, that was out there. And there was an agreement. They were looking to make a development agreement for the Creekside project. It did not go very well, and there was a settlement between the city and the landowner at that time.
This predates you. So has this money been in some account drawing interest?
This money has been, this is money that, as far as I know, hasn't been given. It is basically a credit on the property.
I don't understand that. What does that mean?
The settlement agreement, and possibly, I know the mayor was involved with this as a city manager, but there was a disagreement between the city and the property owner at the time, and that led to a settlement, and I believe that's where this money's coming out of of what they're contributing to the project. This is money that it's going against us. It's a credit to the contract, to the developer.
I can give you more information.
Yeah, we can follow back on this, but this is a land use thing from many years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ready to vote? Or do you want to wait for more information?
Well,
Gotta make your mind up.
all right. Are there public comments?
Yes, we have one public speaker, Andrew Becker.
Front row, behave. We can hear you up here.
Thank you. That's the fan club. So, just wanted to make a couple of comments, historically speaking, about some of our facilities districts and our assessment districts. When you drive out and you look at those properties, it's astounding the length that developers will go to build homes to make a profit. We talk about emergency housing and we can't, figure out a flat piece of land that's got utilities to it. And you go out to this development and surrounding developments, and they're cutting hills in half and building bridges and everything in between, right? And so my concern is that those facility districts are going to bear the responsibility. And so when we talk about excavation and grading, and I look at some of those hill cuts specifically, and forgive me if that doesn't fall in this facilities district, the map in the boundaries map in the packet was difficult to interpret. But my concern is that when you look at historically, 10, 20, 30 years in erosion, are these dollars going to sustain those facilities and the maintenance within those districts? I mean, we're also talking about improvements over creeks, right? Pedestrian and vehicle. Those retention basins out there are massive. Also, for liability's sake, they're leaving them open. I don't understand why the fencing is open for people to go down into holes that are supposed to fill up with water. That doesn't make sense to me. But you're already seeing within some retention ponds that the weeds are coming up, the grass is coming up. I'm wondering about the erosion within those basins as well. Who's responsible for maintaining those? I know that the facility districts, the dollars come in, but the city is gonna then have to go ahead and put that out to bid, and it's gonna be a prevailing wage job that it's probably gonna be amended 3 or 4 times. And I just wanna make sure that these districts are going to be able to sustain, because historically assessment districts have been an issue here in this city. And when you talk about those developments out there, and I remember them coming to planning and their staff presentations, they did not have their engineers out here talking about those extensive hill cuts. That was not conversations that were had. And so I'm wondering if our staff is, I hate to say this, but has looked at some of those improvements or that work, and are we going to be able to sustain that? So thank you.
All right, any other public comments?
There are no other speakers.
Okay, so we have, any other comments from council? All right, I'll just jump in real quickly on this whole CFD. So This is a construction CFD, so it's paying for constructing Hillcrest Avenue. I think in this case, there's a minor amount of grading going on. There's also maintenance CFDs, which all of our new developments have, which allow the maintenance to have CPI to increase the cost, to match the increased cost of doing that, and also to maintain our new developments at a higher level of service than our current ones throughout the city have, which have lower funding. So I'm confident that staff, in the case of this project here, has dotted all the i's and crossed the t's on this, and then there'll also be a maintenance CFD that will come along with this that will make sure that those basins and all the improvements are maintained in an adequate fashion. So with that, I'd be happy to.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
On that point, on the city council meeting on July 22nd, the three members here have respectfully asked for a presentation with regards to assessment districts, their boundaries lines, their purposes, what is HOAs, homeowners associations, and I think with these items that come, it would be very helpful to have a detailed educational presentation on the assessment districts, the disparity in our lighting and landscaping districts from March 2003 to ones that happen afterwards. So I would request again, and I think it was unanimous from the city council at that time, that these presentations be made. You know, hopefully, we said this month, maybe next month, but I think they're important because these keep on coming up, and the public and as well as the city council need to have that type of education.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yes, City Manager Scott, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I can. It's on the. I wasn't here at that meeting. I heard about the presentation. There is a long queue of requested special study sessions and presentations, so this will come in the fall.
All right, thank you. Do we have a motion to approve this agenda item G? Oh, excuse me, this is H, agenda item H.
Move approval.
Second? Second. A motion and second, please cast your vote.
You have 5 ayes.
All right, thank you. Item I, equipment replacement, purchase of aquatic weed harvester in the amount of $116,925. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I pulled this off. Let me just indicate, when staff is saying they're taking funds out of like the Marina Fund, could you please tell us what's left? You know, and then we're also taking money out of, it came from the Marina Fund and another fund. Oh, the Vehicle Replacement Fund. All I ask is that when staff do these reports, please tell us what is left in it, because it's a policy question. You know, are you taking all the money out of the fund for this particular, a portion, whatever? You don't need to respond. I'm just asking staff, you know, in the future,
Yeah.
when money is being appropriated, let us know what's left. So we don't pull things off the agenda and ask those questions.
City Manager Scott, I also have a question,
I'll allow it.
if I may. Thank you.
I'm just kidding.
The amount that isn't covered by the equipment replacement fund, the $25,000, it's coming out of the Marina Fund, yet this is
Yeah.
being used in the basin, the water basin out at the golf course. Is there a reason that's not coming out of the water fund instead of the Marina Fund?
So we originally budgeted for this, I think it was 2 years ago in the last budget session. The money was put into the Marina budget operating budget for this last fiscal year, but we didn't complete the purchase, so that's why we're asking to roll over those funds that are currently in the operating budget for the Marina.
So
The
this is-
Marina's using the machine now more. Over at the reservoir, we're treating more. We don't get as much vegetation in there. So we found that the piece of equipment that we're replacing is too big, and it's not really fit for that. We're also gonna use this equipment over here at the channel widening on O Street to deal with that vegetation. So it's gonna be a multi-use now. That the reservoir will still have use for it occasionally if they get into trouble with some vegetation, but they've been keeping pretty good vegetation control over there. So we asked for the difference to be put into that marina budget at the time, and that's where the money went for the
So-
shortfall.
Is that still the proportionate share of the work that it will be used, marina channels and
And split, yeah.
reservoir? Okay. as
And
long
we
as-
changed the design too to where this machine can go into low, foot under a water operate, where the other one couldn't. And then it's smaller, it can go into the marina, the docks, and get the hyacinth out. So it's gonna be a better fit for all three divisions.
All right, thank you. All right, do we have a motion to approve this item?
I'll move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Motion and second, please cast your vote.
You have 5 ayes.
All right, item J, agreement with Safe Store Incorporated for the continued storage of evidence for a total not to exceed $75,000.
Yes, the chief is gonna talk about J and K.
All right. Was there any public comment on this? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and let the public speak first. Thank
Leslie
you.
May.
What's your question?
Okay, so you said J and K, huh?
Well, just J is the one we're
Just
on
J.
right now.
Okay, so I'm kind of perturbed about this, and I usually go along with what the police ask for, but you guys asked for this money several months ago to build an evidence place in the lot, I guess, across the street from you. And so now you want to keep on paying Safe Store Incorporated for continued storage of evidence. How long is it going to take for you to put up an evidence room over there, build something? And I'm just going to be real about it. Once again, as a woman, you can go buy containers like they have on the railroad trains. Put those containers over in that lock, put some railroad locks on it, lock the evidence up in there until you can build something. Come on now. You already approved money, now you want another $75,000. Can't you take it out of the money you already got?
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, I think
Scott?
that's not how this works. We know that evidence has to be stored at certain temperatures. It depends on what the evidence is. And the chief of police also has a facility request in for an evidence storage that you all approved. Thank you very much, and he can speak to his plans.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so this is totally separate from the evidence storage building. This is continued storage until the building is built. We have to put all the storage somewhere, all the evidence somewhere. We're at capacity at the police department. We do have several Connex boxes behind the police department that are not included in this cost that we pay for monthly. It needs to be climate controlled, it needs to have a security system on it, and it needs to be secured. None of the Connex boxes do. We use safe storage because it is accredited at the state and through the DOJ. The staff there knows how to care and maintain the evidence and store it properly there. It's secured, it's climate controlled, it's alarmed, and it's monitored 24/7. So this money, it's already in our budget. We anticipated the increase into this fiscal year, and I believe into.
Excuse me, sir. Sir. Thank you.
Weren't you incarcerated for interrupting a meeting the last time you was here?
Mr. Mayor.
Excuse,
Mr.
yes.
Mayor.
Gavel.
Yes.
You just want to be destructive. Just go somewhere. You doing too much.
Exactly.
Nobody does that.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
So this is totally separate, and the storage building that we had asked for is actually on the CIP. So it's totally separate funding than what we're asking for here. And we are in the early stages of getting that developed. A host of things have to happen before the building can go up and be utilized.
All right, thank you, Chief. All right, yes.
Thank you.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
You have 5 ayes.
All right, thank you. That concludes our consent calendar.
No. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just hoping it was concluded, sorry. Item K, agreement with Motorola Solutions for the purchase of additional handheld two-way radios for emergency communications. Do we have public comment on this? Okay.
Caller has
We don't have any.
rescinded their
We have,
response.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote.
Oh,
All right.
You have 5 ayes.
All right, thank you. On to the council.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I think a break might be appropriate.
All right, we're gonna take
but
a-
wait. I also want to say something. We all can get very passionate. Hello? This is a place of business, and we all need to handle things in a civil manner. The profanity is coming a lot in presentations. And I would just simply ask, I may be guilty too when I get excited, just people need to be careful about using profanity. And so, Ms. Gardner, I'm specifically talking to you. Several profanity, cuss words.
During comments?
Council member. Ca-
I'm just suggesting.
Okay, no problem.
I am just suggesting this should be professional. This is a business environment. And, we all are guilty from time to time, particularly when we get passionate. We don't even think about it. It comes out of our mouth. I'm just saying we need to be a lot more careful because a lot of it has happened tonight.
All right, thank you. Going on to item number 2, regular agenda, naming of a new bridge. I'm sorry.
Let's just finish.
Let's keep going. Yeah, no reason. Naming of a new bridge housing program at the Executive Inn.
Yes, thank you so
Manager
much,
Scott.
Mayor and City Council. The Assistant City Manager is on his way up. We do have to figure out a name for what used to be Opportunity Village by tomorrow, the ribbon cutting ceremony.
Thank you, City Manager Scott. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Pinch hitting for our Public Safety and Community Resources Department tonight. The Council has a really unique opportunity to name the new bridge housing program that's at the Executive Inn. As you know, the initiative is funded by a $6.8 million Encampment Resolution Fund grant. And so we thought it would be appropriate to give the council the opportunity to name this program as it is distinguished from the program that was previously at the same site, which was called Opportunity Village. A compelling value-driven name will help distinguish this particular initiative's focus and intent, enhance the outreach, communications, and public understanding of the program, and build a sense of belonging and purpose among its participants, and it will symbolize the city's leadership in addressing homelessness through equity-centered solutions. Additionally, a well-chosen name can potentially make it more competitive, or we've been told, and I think City Manager Scott can speak to this, for potential future funding. So that's something that can be taken into account as we consider a possible new name. And a new name can inspire excitement for the program. So we would ask that the City Council discuss and come up with a new name for the program, or continue the previous name. So I'll turn that over to Council for discussion.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this?
Yes, we have 2 speakers. Well, 3, now with one raising. Melissa Case, Andrew Becker.
Okay, I don't even know if we need to rename it Opportunity Village. Everybody knows it by that name. But if we have to rename it, I thought of Opportunity Crossings because it's a bridge program. Crossings can mean a number of things, so that's just my idea. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 minutes, but I'll try to keep it short. Kind of going off of what the previous speaker said, Opportunity Crossings. Here's a crazy thought. Take your $1.95 million in encampment resolution funding, minus what you're going to pay in the lease up till award. Talk to the county with the other millions of ERF dollars that they have for final placement and those services. Apply, leverage it, and apply for a home key to purchase the Executive Inn and the Economy Inn. And then build a pedestrian bridge between the two of them and call it Opportunity Crossings. And use that as your signage for that Cavallo corridor. I spoke to the Economy Inn. I know what price they're willing to pay. I spoke to CSH. I know what it costs to put it there. And as you know, I know Home Key. So I know how much we could get. And isn't it crazy that if you took your encampment resolution funding and leveraged it all with the county, you as a city wouldn't have to put any dollars out of your general fund up front. And the county would come in and support more. And you get 76 units. The Executive Inn would be 33 studios for veterans, seniors. And then across the street would be 43 family units for veterans with family dependents. And then you have the Comfort Inn that is your general population. And I'm going to say this respectfully, and I won't use profanity, because the city messed up and didn't do this in the previous home key round. The state said it's okay. The dollars are still available. And so for those 73 units, because you waited and you didn't do anything, you now have an extra $2.2 million available from the state with no commitment from you to operate it. Now, if any of us believe in a higher being, isn't that somebody watching out for us? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Hello again. So Andrew and I had talked about that, and I actually thought it was a great idea. But I'm going to go kind of what Melissa was saying initially. I mean, I think that's a great idea. If that is something that you guys are interested in doing with this current round of Home Key, that'd be great. But I was just curious as to see why we are even changing the name. I mean, just as of now. As an advocate and as, I was around when many other advocates fought to even have the program, up and running. And we can't forget about our former mayor who fought really, really hard to get that program up and running. So I think Opportunity Village means a lot. And going on just what Melissa was just saying, like you go around the city, like people know what Opportunity Village is. I mean, the unhoused know what the program is. So I also don't want us to forget that the reason why we're even having this program continuing is because of our former mayor and the grant that he got to keep it up and going for the next, 18 months or however long. And I just really think that the name means a lot. It means a lot for me as an advocate who fought for years for it. I'm sure it means a lot for him. So I think unless there's something within like the grants, they're saying if it's a new program, you have to rename it. I don't understand why we can't keep it the same. Just like recently, I reached out to the public safety, Anita, who works there, and I was even surprised that we were even changing the name. I'm like, what is the reason? So it's not a big deal. I'm just happy with people being housed. That's the priority. But again, I just didn't understand why we were changing the name. And once again, it means a lot to a lot of people who fought for that. So thank you.
All right. All right, another public comment. Any ideas from the council?
Thank you, Andrew. Everybody. I think the name should just. I feel like it's on the spot, honestly, because I hadn't really thought about a name. I feel like we, more so than worrying about changing the name. I think we should keep the name the same. What we should be doing is exploring some of this conversation with Andrew around how Home Key was undersubscribed, how there's $700 million more available where we might not as a city have to put up any money up front and the opportunity. I have in the past talked to the other property owner adjacent from the executive end at the economy end who has been interested in either housing for veterans who are unhoused, TAY youth, or whole families. So rather than like renaming Opportunity Village, I think the name is perfect. I don't think it needs to change. I would like to see us have a conversation around this opportunity for another round of home key and what it could actually mean to increase housing for unhoused folks.
Yeah, I was curious too about why are we changing the name? Either keep it Opportunity Village. I'm actually agreeing with Melissa Case. I like Opportunity Crossings as well. I really like the idea about the bridge. I would stay in the vein of either keeping Opportunity Village or Opportunity Crossings. I mean, I even kind of, yeah, let's stay with one of those two. I just didn't understand about why we're going through this name change. Unless there's something in this funding that says we have to change the name. Okay.
All right, any other comments? The only one I just came up with when I was just thinking about it was Homeward Bound, because I thought these folks were actually gonna end up in a home, so I didn't know if that would resonate, but I'm fine with Opportunity Village is also fine, so whatever folks would like to do.
I don't have strong feelings about it. It's kind of like when SOAR came up, or when we had to think of a name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. The only thing is, did I hear there's a focus on veterans on this particular?
No, this is DevPAR and
Okay,
Sunset.
No, there's more home key dollars out there where there could be
Okay,
a focus
got
on
it.
veterans that we
Yeah,
should
well,
explore.
Yeah, because when I heard that comment, I was thinking over in Pittsburgh, I know they have a veterans facility that's pretty nice that is benefiting their veterans there and was well done, so that's why. But to me, I don't see why, why change it? Leave it as it is. I think it's recognized for helping families and that in our community, people are aware of what it is. So I don't think a name change is necessary. It's not called for, so why not just leave it the same? Is that a motion? Yes.
All right, we have a motion to keep it Opportunity Village. Have a second?
Yes.
Second.
Motion second, please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, item 3, options for responding to resignation of the city clerk. I will, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, members of, I'm sorry?
No, we'll go ahead and get a presentation first, yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor, Council. I've outlined everything in the staff report. Our city clerk has resigned her office, and so that triggers one of two options that we can choose. One option would be to call a special election. The other option would be to appoint. But as I've explained, the options somewhat blend because our city clerk resigned in the first year of her office. And so if we appoint, we would only appoint until the next election cycle, which would be next year. And so if we appoint, we would have a city clerk that would be appointed essentially to the end of next year, and then we would have to run an election. But we are already running an election for 2 council seats, and that is also a general election in which there will be, I believe, governor and several local seats and assembly and senate. So that would be a populated election, if you will. It would not be, if we were to call a special election immediately, we would be waiting till April. And that's just because of the vagaries of state law. State law, if you go to an elections code, section 1000, you'll see there are 5 dates that we have. And I've basically parsed through that. The next election where we could appoint somebody or where we could elect somebody would be in April. But this is getting very wonky. If we wait until then and we do elect somebody, then they will serve for the remainder of the term that Ms. Rhodes would have had. In other words, through 2028. So I'm trying not to confuse everybody. It's very wonky. We've provided the cost breakdown So what we are looking for direction from the council is, what do you want us to do? We have to have this process completed by the end of September. And so we have 3 more regular meetings. So if you want us to appoint, we need to, I believe our city clerk, our assistant city clerk has shown us some precedent from the last time we did this, which is about 14 or 15 years ago, and the process that we followed for an appointment. Or if you want to just call an election, then we would bring the resolutions to call the election. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but we're looking for, this is just an item to get your direction so we know what to do in the next 2 to 3 meetings.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this?
Yes, we do. We have Melissa Case, and then you could follow.
I just say, because y'all are fiduciaries to the city, you do the most cost-effective route. Thank you.
We also have cards from Ralph A. Hernandez, Leslie May, and Devin Williams.
Yes, Ralph.
No, she had already looked at me before and said, Nicole. Yeah, so I'm just curious to see how what the process would be to have someone appointed. Would it be our assistant city manager? Like, what, because I'm kind of thinking, like, if they're elected, then they should be elected. Like, we should go through the process to put them on the ballot. Unless it's her, then I would, is it her? Is she the city? I would love for her to, she's great. She's been great. You said what? I think she would be great. But outside of that, if she is not up for it, yeah, I definitely think that we should go ahead, put it on the ballot, and and elect someone. The people, the voters speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
My turn, huh? My name is Ralph. Thank you for that name. Anyway, I believe that the most cost-effective thing would be to have an appointment process. Going through an election is going to be very expensive. And since you're going to have an upcoming election a year and a half from now, I believe anyway, it would be financially prudent to not spend a whole lot of money now. We need the money to be used on those things we need, such as more police, not just put off the hiring of more police that we seriously need. Another election, or having the election now, you're going to spend X number of dollars, and then you're going to have another election that's going to cost you money down the line. What is it, 2028? So for me, the assistant city clerk has done a great job. I want to thank Melissa Rose for having run and attempted to hold that position. So for whatever reason, she resigned. I don't want to explore, but I just want to say to her anyway, anybody who did run for office and for whatever reasons they drop out, I want to say thank you. Thank you for that. But there is a process that was followed before for council people also, appointments, and it worked, where you had people that were competent, that were appointed to a vacant seat. So think about financially, that's probably one of the top things, besides the individual that you may or may not pick. The process is there available. You have, I think he said 3 more meetings before you actually have to make a decision. But I think you should do it as soon as possible, whatever you decide. Appoint. Let's get the job done. Let's get it over with. We got a whole lot of other things that you, the council, city staff need to deal with. I'm for the appointment process. Thank you.
Thank you.
These pens are driving me crazy. Pens falling off. Hi. So I have a thought for this. If we do go appointment process route, could we have a transparent process? Can we have a community forum, perhaps, or some community input? Folks who may be, interested in appointing a new city clerk. Although I think Christina's great. But if there was a secession route, I would all be all for that. But I am looking at being a little fiscally conservative in this time. I mean, if we're going to spend dollars, we should put it towards something more important than an election. If we're going to have another election cycle soon, but I think that the council will come to a decision that I can get behind. But if we have a special election, no one ran. She ran unopposed. Melissa ran unopposed last time, so I don't know if there's be any interest in a special election, but who knows? I think. Yeah, I don't know. Christina, do something. No. So I'm pretty sure, I'm confident y'all will make it good. I don't know if that's violating any. Sorry. City manager's telling me that's a zip it. Okay. All right, y'all. Well, I'm going to go sit back down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Leslie May and also Gavin Payton.
Okay, so understand, we talk about being fiscally responsible, but I've seen some things here that it just doesn't make sense to me. I feel the most impartial and fair way would be to elect someone, because we know what this election year coming up. There's going to be 2 council seats, I imagine, that are going to be up. I don't know this person who would be the city clerk. They might be for or against the 2 seats. It's just, it's one of those type of things that I think if you're going to look at it fairly. An appointment by who? If it was an appointment, I do believe that it should be more than just the city council. There should be some community members where we can all look through and look at applications, meet the person, sit in on the discussions. This thing of, just the city council, I don't like that. I don't like that. And I don't have anything against you guys. I don't like that, because to me it's not fair and impartial. So if we can't have community be involved in this selection of an appointment of a person, then the only thing left would be to do an election. And that would be the fairest way. And I'll run, and I'll be the city clerk. Let me stop. No, okay.
Yes.
Hi. So I would love it if we did do that. I just asked the same thing that Devin asked, that it be fair and transparent and have the community involved. And also, maybe this can also be a learning tool. Let's do a forum. Let's maybe go to the schools and talk to the students and explain to them what the city clerk does, introduce them, maybe introduce yourselves, and have the students engage and the youth engage, because maybe that will inspire youth to hop on boards and commissions. I'm just thinking of ideas, maybe something we can do collaboratively to try to inspire students and to try to inspire youth to also register to vote, but to also to be advocate and get involved more deeper in their communities. So if not, then let's do an election. Let's do something impactful, but let's not forget the voices of the people, because the voice of the people will matter, because no matter what we decide to do, it will affect the people. That's what we have to think about. Every decision that we make is crucial, especially in this time and in this climate that we're in. In this current climate that we're in, just to keep in mind you that they're trying to get rid of all of education. That's also out there. Thank you.
We also have Andrew Becker.
Okay. A couple of quick thoughts. I don't think that we can elect city staff or nominate city staff to these positions. One priority is you have to live in our city. And then another thing is, you know, I really, really want to say to the community, you know, we have to look at these reports, and I appreciate Councilmember Freitas, because government process is difficult, right? And it's hard for people to understand. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars towards an election that would take place in April. And then that person would be elected, and then they would assume office maybe a month after. And then roughly 7 months later, you'd have another election. Now, granted, our city attorney, interim city attorney, said that this person would be there until 28. So are we saying that that extra 8 months is worth that extra hundreds of thousands of dollars? So what we really have to understand here is you have to dig deeper, and you have to say, we the people elect our representatives. And so the bigger question, the bigger issue here is, why did we have one individual run unopposed that didn't want to stay a year? So I encourage you all to take this time to go out to your community until this next election that is coming in 26 and encourage your community to engage in their government. If you want to be a part of this government, if you want to be a part of the process, then be a part of it. But there is a process. And when we talk about the appointment process, there is also recourse there, right? Because the individuals that are making these appointments were also elected by you, the people. And we constantly remind ourselves that we put you in these positions and we can take you out. And that's not a threat. That is just a constant reminder to us all for fair government practices. Sometimes it comes out as a threat, but that is not the intention here. So you then say to yourself, if an individual is nominated in this process and you find that that individual is not the right fit for your city, then you look at where that nomination came from. But I believe that from this meeting tonight, there is a will and intent from council to try to work through processes together and to bring what is best for our community. So I am willing and trusting to support our council in this process, while acknowledging that I would like to, as a community member, save a couple $100,000 because they might pay for those radios. Thank you all.
No other speakers.
All right, we don't have any other public comment. Council, yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Freitas.
First, before you nominate, I always tell people you should know the minutia. If by chance Ms. Garcia was appointed, she would be taking an enormous pay cut. Enormous pay cut. Just to let you know, The other is, as Mr. Cole has articulated, the California's state constitution basically have provided these various, methodologies to fill the vacant position. Under the fiscal impact, if we have the election, it states here $798,636 to $998,296. I'm sorry. I absolutely do not want to expend our funds. We've had a tough, I'm sorry, there's a TV program. I guess God was talking to us. I know. To me, I am just as one individual, not willing to spend $800 to $1 million for this position. But I do think some of the audience members are right. It needs to be open and needs to be transparent. I support the appointment process, number one. I believe that obviously those candidates who submit an application, and there should be an application, because this is a critical role in our city government, very critical. And so background, knowledge, experience, involvement, to me, are important criteria. So we need to have an application so that all of us can review these applications, and ultimately 3 votes, hopefully more, will decide who should be the city clerk during the interim. So I think that we have an application process. We advertise on as many social media platforms that we can, that we have these candidates who are interested come before us here in this room, or if there's another facility, and basically allow the council to ask questions, to probe, and to have these individuals state why she or he should be appointed to this position. It's not unlike what all candidates do with regard to our boards and commission. The difference is this is a critically important constitutional office at the local level. So we, I think, Mr. Mayor, need to be diligent, need to direct staff to, and timing is important, and trying to coordinate our calendars so that we can have this, and it needs to be in the evening, in my opinion, so as many people can participate as possible.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
I'm in support of the appointment process. Because I've seen it work, I've seen it be transparent, and I've seen it be public. When our former district attorney, Mark Peterson, needed to go, the Board of Supervisors had the authority to appoint, but they committed to a public process, and that's how we got our current DA, Dinah Becton. And so I've seen it work at a county level, across the county, being transparent, with the public being involved, showing up at meetings. But that would mean that if you want to be involved, you have to show up. And I think that's the most important piece. We have the authority to appoint or do a special election. I think we should appoint. I think we should save those dollars. And I think we should try to make it as public as possible as to increase public participation as possible in the application, as well as the interview process. So the public could also know and understand the candidates that the council will be potentially appointing to this elected position. I think it said until 2026, where they would this person would, if they wanted to stay in the position, would have to run again with the other 2 council seats that would also be running in various other seats. And so that's my opinion. That's the direction I'm going, is that we should do the appointment process and make it transparent and make it public. And I also want to just state that, you know, the city clerk's office is under the management of the city manager's office. The city manager manages the staff in the clerk's office. So the day-to-day operations, the individual that the city clerk staff leans on heavily and works directly with is the city manager's office, the city managers, under the city manager's direction, in partnership with the city attorney. So even though this individual is elected and they have to have some level of knowledge, expertise, I would hope that they have a background in education, because the most important thing you could do as a city clerk is be ready and prepared to educate the public on elections and other processes in the city. But I just wanted to clarify so individuals know that, like, with an elected clerk or absent elected clerk, the burden of running the city clerk's office is still on the city manager.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson, I know you've been through this process before, so what are your thoughts?
first and foremost, some people in the audience don't read the report. It's just as I'm listening to people. Second, I do support the appointment process. In fact, back in, Mary, was it 2012? 2012. Well, I'm saying when I participated. So in 2012, we had to appoint, Mayor Harper was elected, or I'm sorry, Councilmember Harper was elected to mayor, and there were two years left on his term, so we immediately had to go into an appointment process. It was conducted in public. So it wasn't done behind closed doors. So it is a public process, which Mr. Cole, you did a really good job of outlining and really kind of describing the process. I definitely support the appointment process. We just went through the budget, we don't have the money. We just don't, and I don't think it's worth almost, on the high end, almost $1 million, in April, and then we have to go turn around again in December of 26 and pay for however much that election is gonna cost. So I believe the appointment process would be, is the most cost effective. Mr. Cole, I just had one question. If we, the cost of the city clerk going into the 2026 election, that gets folded as a part of that existing, it's not gonna be an extra cost there. I just wanna double check that, cause.
Yeah, you get an economy of scale.
Okay.
So you're already gonna have an election, we're already running 2 councils, so
That
they're
already
gonna be
just gets
running
folded
elections
right
with
in.
all the city precincts, and so you just essentially would have an at-large election added on to the 2 council seats that are up for the district elections.
All right.
And that'll be much cheaper.
Okay. And again, I can't reiterate enough what Councilmember Torres Walker said. Come to the meeting when we're doing this interview process. We're gonna hold it probably in the evening where it's gonna be convenient for people to be there. Come to the meeting, see the process, see the candidates. If you talk to people about becoming involved, but definitely come to the process, because if you're not here and then complain a year later about, I don't like this person, my first question is, were you there when we had the process? And you say no, then okay, that's on you. But definitely be involved in the process when we are doing this. This is a public process. It does not happen behind closed doors. We as a council understand the importance of that position. So I can't emphasize enough that we get public participation on the day we host this. And read the report. So, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
I don't want to spend too much time on it because I agree with what each of you have stated about the cost savings by not doing a special election, and an appointment process makes the most sense to me.
All right, perfect. And I agree with what's said. Appointment process, I actually like Gavin's idea of taking it to the schools. I don't know if that's a realistic thing to do, but I think it would be really cool if, we could pull that off. Just time-wise, I'm not sure if that happens. We have 3 meetings, but I think.
We all retired.
It'd just be good to engage our youth in this process and let them know a little bit more about how government works. So we have, I have one question for our city attorney. So this does need to be an Antioch resident, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it needs to be an Antioch resident. All right, so do we have a motion to take an approach? It sounds like it's to do the appointment process. And I guess it would be to follow the process that we had previously done, that the deputy clerk had presented to us, as far as the process. Okay, so we would follow that process, application process, and then set up public process for interviews.
I think we need to revisit what actually happened. And so I would just defer to the city manager and to the city attorney, put an item on our agenda next meeting, so that we can have concurrence. I mean, because there's a lot of questions. It's not, you also have to be 18 years of age and older. I mean, there are some other requirements, to run for, I think those really are the only two requirements, age and residency. But I think the process may be good, but I wasn't involved in 2011, so I'd like to see what the process is before I commit to it.
So we just bring a quick item back to get confirmation at your next meeting. And
Yeah,
then we'll run
that'll,
the process
but
in
that'll give us a
September.
month to get through the process, so we'll wanna move through that. So do we have a motion for appointment of a new vacant?
Mr. Mayor, I would
Yes.
move that the appointment of the vacant city clerk position be by appointment of the Antioch City Council, that we establish that this is a public process. Interviews would be handled, I assume, in this chamber for those individuals who are qualified and to apply for the position. And the public is invited to attend. And one question, Mr. Nicole. If we interview and there is a concurrence, there's 3 votes or more for a particular individual, I'm assuming that as soon as we make the vote, that person is immediately sworn into office.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, perfect, thank you. We have a motion to appoint. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion is second, please cast your vote.
You have 5 ayes.
All right, we have five affirmative votes. I want to take a 10-minute recess so we can stretch our legs for a second. Yeah, before we can get started. I know, but it's gonna take a minute to do that.
Yeah. Oh, hey. And for the record, the council will be taking a recess at 9:44 p.m.
All right, welcome back from our recess. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Freitas.
Present.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum at 9:55 p.m.
All right, we're on to regular agenda item number 4, City Council requested discussion item, council review of council 90-day request list items.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. I just want to start off this item by thanking the staff and department directors on getting us through the budget process the first 6 months up until June 24th of the year. And it was a tough one. We got through it, and a lot of things were put on hold, including coming back to you all for the 90-day list. We brought it, we took it off, we brought it, put it on, took it off. So now we actually have the space to discuss what you all want to do and what you want to move forward from the 90-day list. So the list is in front of you here. I believe there are, I don't know, lots of items. So we'd like to know clarification on some, and then which ones you'd like to remain, including from prior council members, and if you have any more to add.
All right, thank you. So I would like to start in reverse order on this and start with the most recently requested and work our way backward. And in looking through the list, I noticed that there's a few of them that are duplicative, so making sure we combine those. And then just making sure that if there's any that we can have taken care of through staff communication with City Council as opposed to bringing it back for an agenda item, or things that council may want to just take off completely if it's no longer of interest, or if it's something that does not have consensus of the council to be working towards. So let's go ahead and start with the first one, the requested council to hold a study session on how assessment districts are formed and how they're constrained, and what does an HOA agreement do or not do. So that was something we had discussed a little bit earlier about bringing back in the fall. So do we want to leave that on the list?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. We'll leave that on the list and we'll bring that back in the fall. The next one is requested, Councilmember Wilson requested staff agendize a discussion on buffer zones for sensitive uses. Can you maybe clarify that one?
Yeah, this happened, and is Chief still here? Oh yeah, Chief is still here. Chief and I were having a discussion around, I think it also occurred in the AUSD meeting that we had at, what was the name of the high school, Tamisha? Bidwell, thank you. So talking about buffer zones in reference to human trafficking, any type of sexual assault, or sexual solicitation, and that was where this topic had come from.
I'm assuming this, all our mics can be on. This is kind of.
Yeah, this is a
verbal
discussion, yes.
And so is this a presentation item or is it a staff memo to us?
It was more of a policy discussion that came up, so.
Okay.
It's
whether
also
we
in
want-
process.
Yeah.
It's what?
It's in process. The city attorney's been working with the chief.
So that's in process? Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. Before we go any further, do we have any public comment on this item? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have Andrew Becker who would like
Okay.
to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. On transparency, even with discussion items, before you start taking things off the table, we should hear from the community. So I appreciate the call for public comments. When I looked at the 90-day list, I could not see anything on the Carnegie Library.
Two of us have, yeah, we were going to put it on.
Okay.
Well, we asked for it to come back, but it didn't make the list.
Okay. Well, that was requested quite a few times, so maybe if there's a 180-day list that shows up, maybe it can get on there. Or at 365, I would go for. But I believe it's our oldest historical building in Antioch. Well, not our oldest historical building. Well, actually, I think it might be publicly owned, our oldest historical building as far as public buildings go, not private. Public buildings, Government spaces, I think that's our oldest. So it should be, this is for the 90-day list.
Okay.
I'm just stressing the importance of this item. And since nobody wanted to put that on the 90-day list, I'll use my 3 minutes to give it some recognition, because the Women's Club in Antioch in the early 1900s sold roof shingles as well for the schoolhouse. I guess that was common back then. And you know, if these individuals rallied over 100 years ago for this space and got that grant dollars, why does that building sit empty for years and years? I mean, if we can't simply turn around a 5,000 square foot or less building, I mean, this shouldn't frankly even be on a 90-day list. This should have been addressed years ago. So there were other items that I had remembered were supposed to go on the 90-day list that are not here. Specifically, I had requested a conversation with Tri-Delta Transit for partnerships with affordable housing, sustainable communities, a conversation between the city and the transit provider for affordable housing development opportunities. And I would not like to see that just carried through the subcommittee body back to Tri-Delta Transit for them to review. This is our city. If we're gonna build things in our city, it should go before our council. And to date, that program has brought over $5 billion. None of it to Contra Costa County. I hope that makes the 90-day list.
All right, any other public comment?
Melissa Case.
I just think you should remove the Zoom comment or the Zoom one, because I think y'all should be showing up. I think the community should show up. I understand about those that find it hard to get here, but even myself, I have driven my neighbor here when she wants to come and she's disabled. I get to use her disabled placard. You can also write in, which sometimes I can't be here and I want to speak on something. I email you guys my comments, or I email the city clerk. It's supposed to get to you. I also don't hear back, but that's all right. But there's plenty of ways to participate. As a community member, if you can't show up, you can write a letter, have someone speak for you. You can write into the city clerk. It's all on there. So what I don't want to happen is on Zoom, people calling in from Timbuktu to rant and rave on public comments. You just heard all the groans for 2 minutes, even though we used to get down to 1 minute. 2 minutes, if you got Zoom callers on, it's gonna be even less, and the people that are actually here participating will get less time to speak. And I find 3 minutes sometimes hard to get through. Thanks.
Can I speak to that?
There are no other speakers.
Wait,
Mr. Mayor, I just want a procedural question. So we're going up this list.
Correct.
If we want to add, are you going to hold it to the end or during it? During
Yeah,
this?
I'd like to go through this list first and then add it after we're done.
Because I think I know what Mayor Pro Tem is going to clarify.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I'm the one that brought it up, and the reason why I brought it up was not for the intent that Melissa just shared. It was really because when we had the meeting on the 22nd, if one of the three of us was unavailable, we would not have been able to conduct a quorum and hold a meeting, and we would have forfeited a pretty significant amount of assessments that would have come to the city. So my reason why I brought it up was that in the event of an emergency, a family emergency, where not all five of us can be here, I just wanted to see if there was any possibility that we would have the ability to have a council member be able to participate via Zoom or however, so that we can conduct business. Because when we had the meeting in July, when we realized we needed to have this important meeting before August 10th, two of our members were out of the country. I was going through losing my father-in-law and was planning his services, and if the date hadn't worked out, I would not have been able to be here to be with my family. And so to me, the reason why I brought it up is there any way in which we can make in an emergency situation the possibility for a council member to participate virtually in order for us to conduct business, so we don't get into a situation where we lose the opportunity for budgetary reasons or any other significant hit that could come to our community because of our absence, not holding the quorum.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Cole, I believe that there's presently legislation on this particular topic. I know that the League of California Cities have talked about this very recently. And so I think that maybe if you could take a look and see where it's at legislatively.
There is authority already for just cause and emergency appearances using audiovisual means, and I can certainly brief the council on that.
Yeah, because when it came up, and we knew that we were gonna have members that were gonna be absent, then it came down to, well, if one of the three of us weren't gonna be available, what were we gonna do? And we were able to work it out so the three of us could be here. But that's when I thought about, what if we wouldn't have been able to have three of us physically in the building? So that's why I'm asking the question.
Actually, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Rocha, but I've been asking to bring back Zoom for 2.5 years, and it's not just so the council could participate. It's because we're disenfranchising an entire taxpayer base who want to be involved, and they can't make it here sometimes, whether it's disability, whether they getting off work or whatever. And we don't have to agree to it tonight, but I'm gonna keep asking for it to come back to every meeting until I'm not elected no more. So it's just gonna come back to every list. I just wanna be clear, because I think we should reinstate Zoom so the public can participate even when they can't make it here.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think the item, Mayor Pro Tem Rocha, needs to be clarified, what he's talking about, and then we need to add Councilmember Torres Walker about Zoom meetings. I think it just needs clarification, and so I would suggest that the list
Yeah, I think to
be done.
City Attorney Cole's point that, you know, he can give us some input on what the current legislation is, what are the different options on the different things that are being discussed here, and maybe let us know what we can and can't do. Bring that back. Okay, the next.
I just want to interrupt, sorry. For the historical preservation sites, there's a list of places that we're applying for, including Carnegie. So if you want us to bring back a memorandum, I don't know why it's not on this, but we are working on it. So I just wanted to make sure you knew.
We visited the property April 24th. We requested it to come back on the agenda for discussion May 13th. And by this list, since we requested it May 13th, it would have come back for discussion today.
Yeah, on that point, I mean, one of the ideas is that the Carnegie Library be used as a community center, a meeting place, but also we have the opportunity to do some educational displays and things of that sort. I think the focus is on the Miwok Indians. It could include others, but you know, at this point. But what is necessary is that we need to have a real cost. And that's really, you know, we need to know, you know, where it's at, because frankly, once we have that and we have a grant writer, I'm going to recommend that they contact the Carnegie Foundation and apply for grant money. But
well, ironically, we do have a grant writer, and this was actually on their list. They started last Wednesday.
Okay.
So, but yes, I think some of these things are just not getting back to you memorandized because we're just coming out of getting summer vacation and getting back. So,
So that's the whole thing. I mean, we definitely need a cost estimate, you know, and then apply for grants.
Okay, so we jumped out of order a little bit, and the next time we see the list, could we have it numbered, so we could refer to numbers too? That'd be great.
Can I also make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
Anything, there's quite a few things that have been completed that are still on this list. If the next time we do this, can we make sure they're completed?
Yeah, that's why we'll just go through it tonight.
Yeah, we just wanted you to see that it was completed.
Things that if we're satisfied,
Yes, that's
get
right.
her off the list.
So the next item is a requested report on DOJ agreement, discuss possible modifications to agreement.
No, okay. So on July 8th, I reread the settlement agreement. I have reread it again. And I counted at least, how many, hold on. I counted something like 18, call-outs. And sometimes it says within 180 days of the effective date, certain things are going to happen. Then it was within 90 or 180 days from the hiring of the monitor. So just looking at the 180 days, we are out of compliance. And so I think the council needs a very thorough memorandum. We need to, like I said, I have 18 different requirements to be in compliance. And so, it's now been 5 weeks since I made the request, and I think this is critical. It should be a priority because right now, as I read it, we're out of compliance. And so I've heard, that the monitor may have had discussions with DOJ and there's some leniency, but we need a report. We need to find out where are we in this, and I am very concerned when I see 180 days, and that would have been, July 3rd, and now this is August 12th. So.
No, I totally, thank you so much, Councilmember Freitas. So the consultant's contract was signed actually in, I believe, June 29th. The memorandum is actually just hit my inbox. The placeholders were just that as we transitioned from a new administration to a new administration. And so the new dates and the timelines are actually in my inbox, so you'll get it tomorrow.
Okay.
We're not out of compliance, though, publicly speaking. Thank you.
Well.
Okay, so
I'll wait for the memo.
we'll get a memo from you on that. Thank you very much.
And could we please agendize that for our next meeting? So if we need to have input, we could have input?
Yes, the monitor, the police chief, and the finance director will be coming. It won't be the next meeting because they all have to get their reports together, but they will be coming in the next month for their first official comprehensive report out on the status of the finances, the status of the settlement agreement, and the chief's report out.
Okay. Are those 3 separate items?
They are. It's going to be a long meeting.
Okay.
Well, on that point, I would like to ask the city attorney to take a look at the settlement agreement. As I read it, we're out of compliance on numerous items. So either that's true or it's not true. I need to know as a council member where we are at legally.
Yes.
And I don't want to wait for another month. I want to know, are we in compliance? And I read it that we are out of compliance on several of these things.
Okay, the updated memorandum with the dates will be to you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you. Next item is a request from Councilmember Torres Walker to discuss an ethical investment policy. And then there was another item on 311 that Councilmember, March 11th, that Councilmember Wilson had was review our investment portfolio and healthy overlays. Is that different than?
Two different, somebody wrote it down. It's just
So I had at least review our investment
Portfolio.
Torres Walker, that was when Frank Sterling came and said we needed to have an investment policy.
Yeah, to continue to be in support and solidarity and against, investing in hyper-militarization and a genocide, the community asked if we could look into implementing an ethical investment policy. Other cities have implemented these kind of policies, and I think we were told that we may or may not be investing in that we may or may not have any unethical investments, but when the resident had just like a small encounter, they were like, it couldn't hurt to have a policy, whether you're investing or not, just to hold the city accountable to making sure that we're not doing that. So, I mean, it's obviously at the request of the community, whatever the will of the council is at this point.
If you remember, we had the investment advisor present, and I asked several times, do we invest in individual stocks? The answer is no. We invest on instruments like U.S. Treasuries and things of that sort. And so, I mean, let's face it, the United States government is the world's largest supplier of guns.
It's the most unethical country in the world. I think, like,
yeah, but
I think, but I did talk to the guy, and he said it couldn't hurt us to have a policy if we wanted to do it. And I kind of, it's really, I feel like we're in a discussion right now where everything is at the will of the council majority. So if people don't feel like this is something that need to come back, we just need a consensus so we can move on.
If I may make a note, we really need to be careful not to start talking about the merits. So it really is just, do we bring this back or not? Just because these are not agendized discussions.
Right.
Yeah, so.
I don't think we need to bring it back.
I would like to see it come back.
I don't think we need to bring it back either.
Because we're not unethical at all.
Right.
All right, the request staff agendize a discussion on canceling a council meeting in July. That's already been done.
Done.
Request council schedule a special meeting to discuss home key. I believe that's been done.
Well,
Yes, sir. I would like to tell you all that there's something that we did in the application that was wrong, so that comment earlier was incorrect. The state of California extended because it was under applied to. So we did everything correct. They also changed it to the Veterans Unit, as the Mayor Pro Tem has pointed out, and they prioritized veterans. They also did unrequested for rural youth and geographic locations be transferred to what's called a discretionary reserve. So everything that we did was correct. In fact, I understand that it looks like we did get funded. Punit will let us know officially tomorrow. And then our legislative liaison, Townsend Public Affairs, hopped right on this to let us know that they were checking in with the state for Antioch.
Just for clarification, I was the one that mentioned earlier in the meeting that the home key application round that we just went through was undersubscribed, and that there was available funding that could be applied to veterans housing in reference to some of Andrew's comments. And I did request that an agenda item come back for us to discuss the potential of another home key application. And I was also informed that we will be getting, we have great potential that we will get awarded this home key application from the last round.
so I'm confused. Okay, so on this, we've done that. So is this a new item?
No, and
No.
I'm wondering why, do we even need to discuss the items that have very clear updates? Because so when I was going, just Mayor, when I was going through this on my own, I was figuring that I was thinking that we wouldn't even be discussing items that have clear updates and where they are, and that we would only be talking about the items that had no updates. And if there was no update from staff, but council had an update, that the update could be provided tonight and noted by staff, that would give us an opportunity to move through the process a little quicker and not reiterating language that is already highlighted in the document.
Yeah,
So is Taurus Walker, this whole thing, is that done?
Done.
We can delete, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
how
all-
about we just
that's
say,
all I
how
wanna
would you
know.
say- how would you say done or undone?
There's an update.
Well, I'll just tell you, and then we won't touch on it again. Because of the comment that was made earlier, I just want to make sure that everything was taken care of, so we won't do that again. Okay, requesting update on the city's policy regarding virtual participation. We talked about that. The city attorney can provide us some information on what the current legislation is and what our options are regarding doing that for future meetings. And as it relates specifically to elected officials versus the public at large. I requested staff agenda discussion item on historical sites in Antioch / is that / Carnegie Library? Would that be included with that?
Yeah, but
No.
why I brought that on, let me just, because it's my thing, can I explain why I put
Turn your
that
mic
there?
on.
Why I put that there, we can have a whole other discussion. I put that on because, and I did reach out to Councilmember Freitas on this, I am concerned about the El Campanile, that it's not a registered historical site, a state historical site, and that somebody can come in, purchase it, and demolish it. That's why I put that on.
So I would just suggest we put dash, because it really is El Campanile, right? That was-
Specific to El Campanile?
Yeah, right?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so Carnegie's completely separate. So the next item, Freitas had requested onboarding process for all boards and commissions, elected and appointed officials. Is that happening?
No.
No, I don't mean is it happening. Is there something on that and related to the APOC? Didn't we have a policy, an onboarding policy for APOC that we were developing? Or is that
Yes, I think that there's a specific issue to develop onboarding for APOC, which the chief has worked on a training plan for them. But this is specific to boards and commissions onboarding, which we're getting staffed up in the clerk's office, including hiring 2 new staff just this week. Welcome Stephanie Cabrera Brown, her first day. And so this is a process that we need to implement and to create. So we can discuss it or we can create it as we're staffing up the clerk's office, which is what our plan is.
Yeah, I think the idea is as we're developing it,
Yeah.
we share it with council, so we're aware of it.
Yeah,
make
and
sure.
just one thing, some of it is mandatory, like
Yeah.
the AB 1, 2, 3, 4, and the sexual harassment training. You know, I just would add a little bit more.
Okay. Councilmember Torres Walker, following items come back to council. This is kind of a long list. Economic Development Commission, community cameras, fire and fuel abatement along the railways, homelessness task force, and a homelessness ad hoc committee.
So, I already received an update on the Economic Development Commission because I have access to the city manager. Anytime you want a question asked, you could just contact the city manager. Fire and fuel abatement along the railways, I did talk to the city manager about that as well. And the city manager talked to staff because I don't talk to staff or direct staff. Not that I don't like you guys, but that's not my role. I did want a presentation on community cameras from the police department, and I think we talked about flock cameras and other cameras that are being utilized throughout the city. That was more of just like a presentation that I would have liked to come back because I've been getting a lot of questions around what type of technology are we using related to cameras, what kind of cameras are we using. There are certain communities that have been requesting the camera that we move the big bulky camera on wheels that with lights that get moved around the city, but then it don't stay in one community. So residents were interested in knowing how could they get cameras in their community if they feel like they're off the beaten path and it's unsafe. So just wanted to get a presentation on cameras and any new updates to camera system moving forward. The homelessness task force and our ad hoc committee, that really came from the discussion we had here at the dais when I wasn't clear on the difference between the task force that the city manager was putting together and the ad hoc that the mayor was requesting with the mayor pro tem, which are not the same and felt like 2 different models to address homelessness. And so I was hoping that we could get like some language to come back in a presentation so that we understand the difference between the 2, that the 2 will not be doing like duplicative measures and things like that. So that's pretty much where we at. So really what should come back is a presentation on community cameras from APD, and update on the homelessness task force from the city manager's office, and an update from the mayor on the idea around the homelessness ad hoc committee and what it would do and what its mission would be.
Yes.
That's it.
And then, just a request from the city manager, so if there's something on this list that a council member gets an answer to, can we get have the rest of the council have the same information? So that, like for, she mentioned, Councilmember Torres Walker mentioned economic development. So just something that would say, you know, this is, because we're all, when we have these on the list, we're all interested in the answer.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You can delete mine.
Okay, so the next one, this is working well when we start deleting
You
things.
don't want to talk about Costco?
Okay, next one, Councilmember Wilson, traffic flow and. It's literally the same as. The one, oh, did we, the one we just deleted?
Yeah, that's,
Okay, so do you want,
It's the same thing.
do you want to delete it?
Yeah, we can delete it,
Okay.
have a conversation with them.
Okay, perfect. Presentation on the CIH overlay. Councilmember Torres Walker?
Yeah, I did request a presentation on the CIH.
Do we have a presentation?
Didn't we have it?
I thought we did.
It's not updated here, but I think we had it already.
I thought we did, but.
No? No, we gotta, that was something else that we gotta.
This is inclusionary housing?
Inclusionary housing, yeah.
That's on the 26th.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'm like,
So I'm like, wait a minute, I just was talking about this
yeah,
the
we're,
other day.
yeah. So-
That is happening on the 26th?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
It's
Okay,
already
perfect.
coming up.
All right, presentations from local special district representatives for the fall or next year.
Yeah, just on this point, there are a lot of special districts, Contra Costa Water District, you know, we have Board of Education and others, and they represent our community, and we never, ever hear BART Board and things of, pardon? Regional parks, you know, So I think that's important. I realize our agenda can be full, but, you know, a 10, 15-minute presentation for us to know who our representative is and, you know, to hear what is important, you know.
Yeah,
for us.
agreed. In fact, I shot the city manager a list of the BART and the East Bay Regional Park District were a couple of them that we had discussed. bringing
Yeah, they're
forward.
already on the agendas, future
Right.
agendas. Yeah.
Okay, that's a
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's good. And then Contra Costa Water District, I think would be also another good one to add on there.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
And there's 2 representatives from CCWD. You have to be careful of that.
Right, we did, the fire
Okay,
chiefs
can you just
presented-
tell me specifically which ones you would like, so we
Sure.
can pepper them over the year?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, next one is the resolution in support of African American Wellness Hub. Contra, we already did that, right?
Yep, done.
Did we move off? You're on the urban limit
Oh,
line.
urban limit line, right.
I was like,
No,
okay,
no, I
I
skipped.
guess.
thought
Did
we
you
were-
take
I-
that
Well, we
off?
were
I
skipping
thought
the
we were
green
skipping over the
ones.
ones we already did.
Oh,
The, 'cause
okay.
the green,
Okay.
But
got
I
it.
do have a
the
comment on that
green
one.
ones have already.
Got
been-
it,
Right,
got it, got
But
it.
I do have a comment on that one because.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do, because Councilmember Freitas got an update on it, but the rest of us, I'm not sure
Oh.
did.
Oh, we
So I just-
both did.
Oh, they both did. So I just wanted the rest of us to get the same information
For
My-
what?
My new
for the urban
bestie.
limit line.
Weren't we all on the same phone together, the call, urban limit line?
I don't,
With Cop Chick?
I wasn't.
Oh my God.
Me and
I
my.
hope we weren't all together. on the
Or,
same-
oh, I'm like,
No.
oh,
Me-
okay,
That's
yeah,
your
you
question.
two were.
It was me and my new bestie.
Yeah, okay.
Don,
If you could
we,
just
it
be
was
carrier
us.
pigeons to the rest of your cohort,
Well, we can't talk to the rest of
We
them.
can't-
but
we can't do
individually.
that.
We can only talk to one other person.
Oh, I guess we'll help you.
And then I don't
Fine.
know who he talking to. He don't know who I'm talking to, and it's about
This
to
is
be 11
sad.
o'clock.
Okay,
All
we'll
right.
figure it out. We'll get it to you.
All right. So we already did the next one, city's investment portfolio. I talked about that.
So we talked about, are we deleting it or, no, we are, okay, never mind. So are we deleting it?
Okay, we have, jump up a couple, council consider establishing a homeless, we already talked about that. APD work with California Massage Council Association. Is that,
APD and the city attorney, that's not an agenda item, that's.
they're working on that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then again, just keep us all posted on what's happening. Funded staff position, we're about 2/3 of the way up.
Okay, what happened to, what happened to the Amtrak station? We just say conversations
We said we
ongoing?
weren't doing green.
We said we're not,
Oh, we're not doing green.
we're not doing the
Okay.
green. Yeah, so
I
that-
didn't get the message.
yeah,
Okay.
that's so we can keep moving.
Keep up, bestie. We gotta get through this meeting.
All right. A lot of love up here. Okay, so the next one is the funding positions that require reclassifications. Is that, was that done through the budget process?
That was done through the budget process.
Okay, so that's good. In progress.
It's a green, so we just
Yeah,
cut.
green, police chief. Okay, we're up to joint council AUSD meeting in, it says in January 2025. What I would like to, I know this is your item, Councilmember Freitas.
Sure, go ahead.
What I like to request is that if Mayor Pro Tem Rocha and Councilmember Torres Walker could work with the subcommittee to.
We meet on Monday.
To maybe set up a future date when we can have that meeting?
Sure.
Or what works for everybody?
Like everybody?
Like the board of trustees and the council?
Okay.
And have a meeting,
Yeah.
maybe in the fall?
Early 2026.
Can we do it sooner? We would hope to do it in early 2025.
Well, because they have a new superintendent.
Right.
And, I mean, city
Right.
manager, you know, you come in, you trying to get stuff together, they're working with the new superintendent.
Let's just
Their
talk- let's bring it up in
board,
the
I
meeting.
think in October,
Let's
is
bring it up in
having
the
their
meeting and
own
then-
priority session. So it might not be something that's possible this year.
Okay, how about as soon as
We'll talk
possible?
about it. We'll talk.
Yes.
Well, on that point, from 2000, 2008, we had regular scheduled community meetings, and they were very well attended, you know, and I think we should have at least one a year,
Yeah,
you know, between the two
Well,
agencies.
we'll shoot for one in the fall.
Okay,
let's see.
enough.
Fall, maybe
Yeah.
like November.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Depending on the availability of the board members.
Yes. We're up to the very top. Requested staff agenda is a discussion item on cannabis regulations and sanctuary city resolution.
Well,
So-
we're on the.
We're on the cannabis.
So myself and Councilmember Freitas are on
Besties.
the standing committee for cannabis, and
Yeah.
we're going through a lot right now with a hope, like, we're asking all of these questions ourselves with a hope to get a full presentation back to the council. So I would say the question around cannabis regulations is upcoming.
Yes.
And Sanctuary City, I know I requested a Sanctuary City resolution, so I saw that was, and I know that the police department did put out a statement, but I still would like the city to adopt a resolution.
There's consensus on that? Yeah, I don't think we
Yeah.
need
Yeah.
to. Do you think we need to?
Well, I say yeah, Don said.
Did you
if
say yeah,
don't
Don?
mind.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay,
I
I'm
don't-
leave it on. Okay, let's go up to City Manager Scott, investigate mitigation fees for Contra Costa Canal conversion and a presentation from CCWD on the project. Councilmember Wilson, that was yours.
Yeah, that was my request because the CCWD is getting ready to put the canal underground. And are we getting any mitigation fees when they finally come to it?
So is that something staff can look into?
Yeah, that's why I was looking at the city manager, that if you guys were representing, but yes.
Okay, you can report back out on that. Agenda is that Sanctuary City resolution again, we said yes on that. Mayor's office, and how do we get rid of it? Do we still wanna do that?
There is no mayor's office.
I was being facetious.
Oh,
There
you
is
were?
no mayor's office.
Just delete it.
Okay. Update Sister City program.
I know, Brad, you're still working on that? Or Kwame was actually the one working on it. And I just assumed it rolled over to you, but.
It was my understanding that it's not a city-ran program.
No, but we
help fund it.
We help fund it. We signed up for the official national and international city, sister city program where we can receive funding for cities that participate. So that's.
So is that, okay, I'll look into that. Review the PLHA funding.
What?
That's, you're up under, almost to the top. Over.
You saying PLAH, is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry?
That's actually CDBG, that's looking at.
Keep it in there? Okay, so
What happened to community programming opportunities?
We jumped over it.
Where's
And it's not green.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not green.
Okay, community, I'm sorry, I missed that. Community programming opportunities in the area, Sycamore Square Shopping Center and the
Well,
vacant parcel across the street.
We
So,
kind of did it. We
I-
need a progress report.
Yeah,
I
think
do, well, we haven't done anything on the vacant lot, but there's two issues happening here. One is Sycamore Square, where the community advocated for the substation. I've been through there. I've seen the sign. It looks nice. But it would be good to get an update on when the ribbon cutting is gonna happen. And then the other part is there's a empty lot across from there where we were in conversation around how to make it a community space. And those conversations are ongoing between myself, Mike, the property owner, with a handful of other community members. And I'm keeping the city manager in the loop.
So do we keep it?
I think we keep it if you want updates on what's happening.
Okay, yes.
Right. Review PLHA funding.
That's part of the CDBG. We're actually having further conversations about, it was brought up earlier by Councilmember Torres Walker about looking at redirecting or repurposing some of the funding that did not get utilized in the way we thought that it may. And so maybe like the group that was here tonight, or we look at other opportunities that we may be able to utilize those funds in support. So that would be a yes.
Okay. Does everybody agree with that? Yes? All right. Discussion on bike safety, bicycle master plan.
Yeah, that was my, yeah, I bought this one. Yeah, we definitely need to have this. We just recently had a major accident on Lone Tree. Actually, we also had another one on James Donlin near Lone Tree Way. So I think we need to discuss we need to at least have a discussion on bicycle safety throughout the city.
Okay. Is that something the Parks and Recreation Commission would also potentially take the lead on?
They could take the lead
So
on
I
that.
think that'd be a
Yeah.
good project for them to work on. So I would like to see that. Okay, so we're in concurrence that that's something Parks and Rec could look at?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we have the ad hoc committee to create policies around human rights and racial equity.
Yeah, so we had a year-long process and a ad hoc discussion with community, like residents and community members, to talk about human rights and racial equity in the city. It was 6 months, and then we got it extended for another 6 months to continue community engagement. What came out of that discussion and the findings were that the city of Antioch actually has nowhere in any of its policies any mention of human rights and racial equity. And so the recommendation from that ad hoc committee was to, one, either form another ad hoc committee to investigate potential policies or review the policies of the city and see where human rights and racial equity concerns may lie, or create a policy related to human rights and racial equity through an ad hoc process, or just direct the city attorney to look into human rights and racial equity policies in other cities similar to Antioch and what we can do. And those were a year-long conversations with more than 25 to 30 community members and city staff, and that was the recommendation that came out of it.
So I don't know.
I mean, we could either
What-
form
what-
we could either form an ad hoc committee, to look into other cities and their human rights and racial equity policies or structures, or we can. I don't think directing staff at this point to do it, but I would like to see the ad hoc be established. I would like to actually be a part of leading the ad hoc and continuing those conversations with the public.
Yeah, you have consensus on that? Ad hoc? All right. So we'll bring back something to form an ad hoc for that purpose. Bring back cycling event?
I don't know what this is. This is wild. Somebody took some crazy notes. I've been, since we got this agenda, I was like, I don't know what that is.
So you wanna take it off?
So we can take that off.
Okay.
Maybe one day I'll remember, but.
No, I think, remember there was gonna be a downtown bicycle race kind of thing? Remember there was like some events they were gonna do, like, try to organize some stuff, so any event.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
More yellow roof foundation projects.
I don't know
I
what
don't
a
know
yellow
what that is.
roof.
I think that was DeNova Homes project, that they were working on, so,
Anybody know what a yellow roof project is?
it's DeNova.
Is the Nova
Oh, did it?
Homes, is
Okay.
there,
I think they're kinda on hold right now, aren't
is
they?
there charitable, is there charitable arm of their
I
development
think we
agency?
should delete that
Yeah, why don't we just put that on pause for now? Okay.
forever.
Okay, so, and under an item, a couple items down where we have council communications and future agenda items, what I'd like to do is just add, for example, we talked about Carnegie right now, talk about maybe those types of things right now. If you wanna add them to the list.
Well, Carnegie, yes, yeah.
Well,
What exactly is
are we
Carnegie?
done with this item, or are we trying to combine?
I was kind of trying to combine
Oh.
them, you know, if there's any. if
And
there's
that's fine, I
anything-
mean, we deleted and so we're adding. The whole purpose of it is to, for the Connery, we need a cost estimate about rehabilitation, of the building, so it can serve as a community facility, but also provide some educational. So we need a figure about what it would take for us to do it. I remember that we recently did the roof, and.
I have the notes, we had that long conversation
Yeah,
about it.
yeah.
So
So now that we have a grant writer, the idea is that once we have that figure, we could direct the grant writer to actually try to get funding, like through the Carnegie Foundation or others, so that it becomes a reality.
So do we wanna add that to the CIP, add that project to the CIP as a
No,
project?
wait, sure, okay.
I mean, that's kind of the appropriate way to get it into the pipeline and, you know,
Or have a report every 90 days.
or have a report every 90 days.
Yeah.
Mayor, just for clarification, so we suspended the rules and moved up council communication and future agenda
No,
items
no.
to right now?
No, we're still gonna do that, I just thought that we could talk about.
Just
any-
add those,
add the-
anything now,
Right
and
now,
then
and so that it doesn't cut.
if I can think of something in the next 10 seconds, then I can add,
it on
okay.
after. So if there's anything else besides Carnegie Library that's missing,
Yeah,
it was asked for.
just a clarification, because I just remembered a other part in regards to the buffer zone. I know, I'm surprised Chief didn't correct me on this. Buffer zone for Planned Parenthood, that's the other piece to the buffer. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have home key discussion around the new round of home key? Yeah,
No, these are the 90-day requests, right?
Yeah, there's a 90-day.
oh,
request
this is
items.
just clarifying the
Yes.
90-day, so this is not new?
Yeah, this could be new as well, right now.
Oh, he
Just-
said it can be?
I can, yeah, well, if we want to add new, let's do it right now, so it's, just do it.
Yay, nay?
Yes, just add it
Okay.
if you want to add the list.
I don't want to be out of order. A discussion around the newest round of home key. Since there's still money out there to get, I think we should definitely consider that, especially if it doesn't impact the general fund. So I didn't pull this consent item L, which was a resolution approving a cannabis tax grant for the from the Department of California
CHP,
Highway
right?
Patrol in the amount of $192,000 to assist in reducing and mitigating the impacts of impaired driving. It seemed like this was related to cannabis, and so even though I didn't pull it from the consent, I would like some sort of presentation from APD in the near future around the training related to this, because the whole reason for like legalizing marijuana in the state of California was reducing the impact of the war on drugs and disenfranchisement of people of color as a result of exorbitant sentences that were unfair. And I do have concerns around if there are going to be potential racial disparity when it comes to doing enforcement around this, because I know how you can identify like a drunk driver, but I'm not sure how you would potentially identify somebody who is driving under the influence of marijuana without targeting mostly people of color. So it would just be good to understand what kind of training is going to happen. How do they mitigate any bias? How do we make sure a lot of people of color aren't just getting pulled over randomly by the traffic unit and become like negatively impacted by some of the enforcement? Of course, I'm in support of traffic safety. Nobody should be driving impaired, but I just want to make sure that the training addresses implicit bias and we make sure that we're not targeting communities of color.
So should this be referred to the cannabis committee? Because the funding,
Yeah,
the
we
funding is
could
coming
get the
from,
presentation at the county.
and then if we have recommendations, we can make recommendations.
Is it possible to, so we just request it at the standing committee then?
Yeah.
Okay, so then it don't have to come here, we'll request it at the standing committee.
City Manager Scott, yes, that's something, that's something we can do.
This is amazing, yes. You can do all things.
All right.
I also would like us not to forget to have a conversation about base camp and supporting those unhoused folks.
Well, that's what I was gonna piggyback on that. I think there's a meeting that's being tentatively scheduled with the HUD, the San Francisco HUD office.
Yes.
And
Someone's not available on the 28th.
well, I thought the 19th was I thought the 19th was an option possibly.
We'll see.
Okay. So, yeah, so along those lines, finding out what we can do with Hope Solutions funds that maybe can be repurposed, looking at any CDBG funding, HUD funding that potentially could be repurposed to support the needs like was brought up tonight, and then looking at like home key possibilities for veterans. So yeah, so I do think that we need to have a follow-up on what federal funding is available to support our unhoused community, veterans, et cetera. So I think it's within 90 days that I know we have some conversations that are being planned. Hopefully it'll be on the 19th and not the 28th, but we'll see.
Okay.
Two more. I would like the potential of a presentation from either the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform or Advanced Peace to come present to this council on community-based violence prevention initiatives, their success rate in other places, and how we can continue to improve here in Antioch. And last but not least, because I don't think we should have to travel to Concord or any other place, I believe one of our representatives had a space downtown. Was it a congressman or a senator? Here in
Senator Grayson has one at the
not anymore. Not anymore.
Put him out?
Well, I think. Well, we didn't put him out. We just.
Well, no, his rep says every Thursday.
Okay, but so just want a future agenda item because I know it was initially being used by the senator. And I've been in conversations with our board of supervisors, some of our board of supervisors, our assembly member, even our congressman, about like the potential of co-locating in this space in Antioch and having office hours and being available to our public, just because I don't think somebody should have to drive all the way to Concord to have a meeting with the assembly member. When there's a potential of available space here downtown. So I would like to that to come back to the agenda for discussion, and quite a few of them are open to having staff there, to having hours. They're aware of the space, and they want to, you know, they want to work with us as a city, and I think we should think about that. And I'm finished.
Right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So we have an Antioch Community Fund. Is that foundation? I'm sorry. Is that control? I know that Keith Archuleta, at least in the past.
I'm actually on the board.
Okay, is it a city function?
No.
Or not?
No.
We don't give money to it?
No, they give, there's grant funding that goes to nonprofits in the Antioch community, and there's also some other funding. Brad happens to serve on the board as well. The probation department also has funds that are directed towards supporting youth and family program services, and those are all in the form of mini grants that go to local agencies. But it started out through NRG, the original funding of it.
Right. That's
But
what
that
I
was like
remember.
a 10-year. It was like a 10-year, I think, agreement that has sunsetted, and so literally the Antioch Community Foundation is continuing to plan and strategize how to continue to have those funds go to nonprofits, similar to like CDBG. In fact, when we went to the awards that they had at the Lone Tree Golf Course, many of the programs that we see here sometimes here at the city council meetings and that we saw in the CDBG applications, many of those same programs receive funding through the community foundation.
But it's not city-owned.
It's not city
Okay,
run.
but could we ask staff to provide a report? It's like, you know, I don't even know how to get a hold of them or contact them or anything. So I just need
Well, we have a
information.
website and everything. You can talk to Brad or I. And we
Okay,
can-
I'm just saying, you know, the other, and Mr. Heffenberger, when people want to do an event, what did you call it? The civic? Civic. I'd like to understand what the policy is and how it works.
Yeah, what do you mean by when they want to do an event? Is it like,
When there's a request made for enhancement grant?
okay,
I want to understand the process.
okay, we can give you
How that works.
Sure.
What the application looks like and
Mhm.
things of that sort.
Mhm.
And and the decision-making process is
Mhm.
what I'm most
Mhm.
interested in.
Mhm.
All right. Let's go ahead then and move on to public comments.
Andrew Becker.
Sure, but point of order, before I make my general public comment, was that the staff agenda, staff communications and future agenda items that was just previously discussed, as Councilmember Torres Walker talked about?
That was a 90-day list, and
Yeah, but that was a 90-day list that didn't entail items that were on the list. And so when you look at the staff report, as the interim city attorney spoke to, you needed to discuss what was within that staff report. And so you moved into adding additional 90-day items, which is under your future agenda items that is in your regular agenda. So I would, before I make my public comment, like to use my 3-minute public comment to respond to future agenda items that was just previously discussed that was not on that list. And I would defer to the city attorney there.
well, I guess we do public comment on non-agendized items, and then when we get to that item next, because we're not skipping over it, we're still going to do it.
But the items were just discussed and were before council, so why would my public comment on an item that was just before council come after another period in the meeting? That's outside of the Roberts Rules of Order. And I believe that's actually why Councilmember Torres Walker was making those comments about we should be careful, really. I think that's what she was subtly suggesting, is that maybe those future agenda items should be held until the appropriate time on the agenda. Because as you stop community members, and I don't want to continue on outside of my time, but in the point of order, as you stop community members when they move off of the agenda item, you moved off of the agenda item. And Councilmember Torres Walker even said, So are we suspending the rules and moving that now? And your response is, well, we're just doing them together. So you handled an item out of order without suspending the rules. And I have spoken on future agenda items specifically in the past, so I know public comments can be called during that time.
Okay, so right now we're in public comments, but there is still an agenda item that allows for any speaker, including Mr. Becker, to speak on future agenda items. So what I would suggest is that he provide his general public comment now, and when that's over and staff communications have been completed, if he wants to be heard about future agenda items, then he can speak again.
Can I just make a proposal? Because I think I understand what's happening. If I could, and I'm trying to figure out how to do this, would I make a motion to suspend the rules and move up council communications and future agenda items to right now?
You could.
That's my motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to suspend the rules and move council communication and future agenda items ahead of public comments. Please cast your votes.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So for continuity of the meeting, I appreciate what Councilmember Torres Walker has done, but I would still also like to reiterate that that is not a standard process or protocol within Robert's Rules of Order. So I suggest that going forward, we take items as they come forward, unless there is a motion to suspend rules and they're seconded. The time also hasn't started. Okay, thank you. So speaking on these items and some clarifying points for the potential future home key item that was requested. I did not say that the city made any mistake in their application on previous home key. I'm stating that the mistake was if there was an undersubscription and the idea is to leverage dollars, then the right process would have been to apply for multiple home key opportunities when it was originally open. But since the city only chose to apply for one, but was lucky enough that the program was undersubscribed and there's still dollars available, we should go off of our expected success and thankfully our award and build on that and leverage the $6 million almost in ERF funding against your home key. Because I want to remind everybody that a home key is a 1-to-1 match up to $100,000. So simply put, if you put if you immediately, just off the bat, are getting $200,000 per unit without putting any money in, and then you say, I'm going to put $100,000 per door in and match it through that ERF, the state is gonna bump that 200 to 300, and you're now at 400. That's what a leverage is. Your 100 became 400. And the beautiful thing here is that that ERF funding was not even our money originally. It was the state. And when I took meetings with the state of California and HCD, and there were conversations about leveraging ERF funding in the previous home key application, their response, Connor at HCD's response, was that's a phenomenal idea, and that's exactly what we're looking to communities to do. As our city manager so eloquently put, braid financing together. So go for another home key. Still willing to work with the city of Antioch and hoping that conversations could be had. And frankly, I'm a little frustrated when I'm working with the developer as requested by city staff and council, and then I get a call from that developer telling me, I just received a call from city staff and was told that Andrew Becker is not working with the city on this home key and you should not be communicating with him. So I'm confused. Am I a part of the process? Am I a part of the problem?
All right, any other public comment?
Andrew Becker.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, hold on.
Oh,
We suspended the rules. We have council communication and future agenda items. I'm sorry, no, we moved council communication and future agenda items ahead of that, correct? Didn't we just do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so we still need to finish that item. So does council have any communication? Sorry. Any council communication? No council communication. Okay. Back to public comment. So public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Andrew Becker.
Thank you. So Councilmember Torres Walker has previously suggested a financial audit for our city. And at this point, I think that makes sense. Through my own personal investigations into the previous redevelopment agency and some of these other bonds and programs that we used as a city, I found some pretty interesting stuff. How was the East County Bank created in the mid-'80s? And a sitting council member who was also a member of the redevelopment agency was requested to be on that board of that bank and own personal stock in that bank. And then millions of dollars here locally was deposited into that bank, public dollars. And then those dollars all went out in small personal loans to individuals. And now that bank doesn't even exist anymore. But I'm talking about up to $15 million in city funds is what I found record of. And an old typed letter from City Attorney Galston to the state's fair political practices saying, is this all right? 3 different ways. Is this all right for this person to do this? We have, if you go onto the city's website right now and you look at some of the language on those redevelopment agency project areas, we have staff documents that say that the first project area was created in 1982, which for some individuals like Councilmember Freitas, who might not have been a part of the process, well, this process at that time, but were in the community, how could that be possible when the redevelopment agency dollars paid for building City Hall and that was built in 1980? We literally have reports, we have staff members that are putting out like information that's not even accurate. How did the redevelopment agency go away in 2014? But today in 2026, we owe $18 million of its debt. How in 2000 and 2001 did I find that the city of Antioch had leveraged up to $500 million in long-term debt financing? We bought riverboats. We paid for businesses to just have money. We did. Meow-rageous was $40,000 in 1999. That was a 4-year loan for $40,000 that said, if you hire at least one person, at the end of those 4 years, that loan will be considered paid. Meow-rageous, I can't even find record of that company existing or when it went away or when it was here. We really do need a financial audit. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
No other public comments.
All right, staff communications.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. I just want to remind everyone that we have the ribbon. Is that my time to shut up, bro? Lisa, come on. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. We call her Lisa. Okay, so there's ribbon cutting ceremony tomorrow for Opportunity Village version 2.0 at 1:00 p.m. We're asking for. Is it at 12:45? Okay, but we want you there at 12:45. But it officially starts at 1. But I trick you to get there on time. And so Supervisor Scales Preston, you weren't supposed to know that, is going to be there for the ribbon cutting, and we would like you all to say a few words. It's your district, the mayor, so we'll see you there. And I wanted to give you the update on the Sycamore substation. It is delayed 3 or 4 months because there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We're getting some quotes on some things, and it'll give us time to formulate the report in terms of the data that we're going to be using to measure success qualitatively and quantitatively. So now that we're coming back into operations and catching up, this is a delay that actually helps us. So we just wanted the public to know it is delayed a few months. We will be having an executive leadership retreat on the 27th, next Wednesday, with Tracy Miller. And so that may follow if you're available, or we'll get new dates for you all. But we wanted you to know that the executive team is going to have a work planning. So we tried to do you all first so we can make sure to operationalize your priorities the next day in a work plan. So we'll start just by getting our project management stuff going, and then we'll go from there. We also want to welcome 2 new staff in the city clerk's office, including Stephanie Cabrera-Brown, whose first day was tonight, actually, thanking her for coming aboard and welcoming her to the staff. We want to thank the mayor, thank the staff who participated in the mayor's conference. So we just want to reiterate that from our assistant city manager, Brad, to facilities and public works, as well as Tracy Martin, who was our preschool coordinator and did the flowers herself for us. We just want to thank our staff because they put a lot of work into it. And Pittsburgh might be proud, but Antioch is also proud. So we're better than you all. And then we also want to make sure that you know that the city of Antioch has been put on the Contra Costa County 2026 Point in Time Subcommittee. So we will be looking at data, how we do data, qualitative and quantitative interviewing, and some of the issues that were brought up about the point in time count from earlier. I'll be sitting as the government representative on the data and point in time committee for Antioch. Thanks so much.
Yes, thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, so are we scheduled on the 26th for 4:30 meeting?
So if you're not, what we're gonna do is swap back to the special meeting for the inclusionary housing. We do need the doodle poll from you all, because it looks like there was a tentative and 2 no's. So we would like all 5 of you obviously to be there. So we'll go back to the original plan, which is to have the inclusionary housing presentation, but we do need a date for Tracy to come. So I can send you some doodle poll dates that the mayor and Tracy worked out earlier today.
So we are going to have inclusionary on that day?
On the 26th.
Okay, I can't be there till 5 o'clock.
That's okay. We're gonna start it at 6. So this was you're gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome.
All right.
All right.
Anything else on that? No? Okay, thank you so much.
And I'll update all of your calendars with the correct.
All right.
Don't start.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and second, fastest ones yet. Cast your votes.
I don't believe in it.
No, I'm serious, because he wasn't there.
Wait, Derek, don't leave.
The motion to adjourn at 11:08 p.m. passes 5-0.
Thanks, Lisa.